My mic live. Cool. And with a push of the button, we are live. Welcome, Internet, to session 12, I believe it is, of Land Beyond the Mist. We have an interesting session here. Quite a few returning players and a new face as well, as we are going to fight some bandits, I believe. But before we get into that, let us start, as we always do, by going around the table and introducing ourselves and our characters. So, without further ado, I'm going to go around just in the order that I see the cameras on my screen. So, we'll start things off with Woad. Why don't you introduce us to the character you are playing and, excuse me, tell us a little about him.
Yeah, my character is Cardane, and I pictured him as sort of like the kind of scoundrel type character. He's got the slicked hair, got the shifty eyes.
Mm-hmm.
He came across the mountains into the mist, sort of to escape some sort of mysterious past, and he's looking to basically get up to no good. He's like gold and doesn't really care where it comes from.
All right, getting up to some no good. I like that. I'm sorry, were you continuing?
No, you can go on, yeah.
Oh, getting up to no good sounds excellent. You picked a good place to do it. What does getting up to no good look like for Cardane? What kind of trouble are you looking for?
He's more the, he's very cowardly, so he's more the manipulative type than the, I guess,
I see.
Straight the thuggery type. I mean, it's not above a bit of thuggery, but he's gonna try like pit forces against each other. There was some talk about pitting kobolds against goblins, goblins against kobolds, bandits against common folk, and I'm interested in that kind of stuff. So,
all right. Well, we'll look forward to seeing some of that happen beyond the mist. Welcome. So let's go over to Coron. Welcome back beyond the mist. Good to have you here. Why don't you reintroduce us to Butcher, if for any of those that have not seen him before or have forgotten, and tell us a little about him.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Greg. Butcher is a dwarven fighter. He has come here beyond the mist because he's done something awful in his dwarven homeland, gotten kicked out, gotten his dwarven honor removed from him, and he's looking to redeem himself in a specific way.
Mm-hmm. I saw you asking around in the tavern about whether or not you have saved any innocents. Has your ledger gotten any more positive in your time in the mist?
Nobody was able to give me clear answers, so either I'm hanging out with unsavory characters, or I need to do something more extreme to convince them that I've actually done something to save them. I'm not really sure at this point.
All right. Well, hopefully your ledger will start cleaning up as you adventure beyond the mist. Good luck, I suppose, in this session. That will bring us over to Liova. You are returning as a player, but you have brought a different character today. Why don't you reintroduce us, or I guess introduce us to for the first time to who you're playing?
Hi, I'm Liova, Leo, Eugene. You can call me Leo. I played Gala last time, the elf, but she is still stricken with grief over the loss of her friend Sherazad, and is in no condition to adventure. So today, we will meet Darian. Darian is a half-elf. He is a paladin. And Darian is a sort of average-looking guy, dark of skin, bald of hair. He hails from a small peasant town in a long-forgotten dale, and he stood up to a merchant that was bullying his local people. He doesn't really have any skills or talents or military training, but what he does have is the ability to feign being knocked out and then get up in the middle of the night and stab a guy in his sleep. Having stolen his camel and named it Theodore, he fled the area and is now beyond the mists, seeking to help other peasants against their oppressors.
Very nice. A very useful skill, it seems to be, pretending that you're knocked out. I look forward to seeing how well that works beyond the mist. It could be maybe it comes up. Who knows? Well, welcome. I'm very interested to see you give that a whirl. So, last but certainly not least, that brings us to Palladian. Welcome back Beyond the Mists. Why don't you reintroduce us to Seam, for those of us that may have forgotten or didn't see him the first time?
Hey, Greg. Great to be here. Seam is a ranger, and his big thing here is to, hunt some goblinoids. Doesn't like them, not a friend of them. And he's hoping to take him out in this session, maybe take out some other individuals who have earned his ear. And, the big thing this session so far is he's a little concerned with this fainting goat routine one of his party members is doing, but hopefully it doesn't turn out too poorly.
Hopefully not. So, welcome all to the Land Beyond the Mist. We will start, as always, in the tavern around the great table that is not zoomed in for Twitch chat, but you know what? You can see it from very far away. I believe, if I remember correctly, had chosen to go out into the Howling Fields and seek out the bandit leader Mad-Eye Manning and put an end to his reign beyond the Mist once and for all. Is there any activities you would like to do in town? Any preparations you would like to make before we head out into the mist and see about ending some bandits?
Let's get out of here.
All right.
Wait.
Aaron does have one quick thing to do before he leaves. As the party leaves the tavern, all kind of mounted up, I believe everyone has a horse of some sort. He actually has a camel with thick armor all across it. He gets up on the camel, rides high, holds his shield and his flail aloft, and he proclaims to the populace, "We shall not return until we have defeated the bandits."
You get a mild milquetoast applause from like 3 or 4 locals. Yeah, you get 'em. You person on a mule? Yeah.
I'll just start like
Camel.
round up a bit more applause amongst people. Like, come on, guys.
All right, you drum up some good applause and get the people a little bit more excited. But we shall go ahead and. Oh, very good. An 11 performance. It was a rousing speech, I am sure. Respectable golf claps all around, with a little help from Cardane. So, you four are all heading out northward to the bandit leaders. I will need a navigator for your session. Who's going to take that role? All right, Seam will be our navigator. So what I will want for you to start out is a intended route that you would like to take for the day's travel and the pace that you and your party will be taking.
Straight shot, fast as possible.
Straight shot, as far as you can tell, as fast as possible. So, you have chosen to move at a fast pace. Go ahead and take a navigation roll. For the baseline, I use Survival Wisdom, but if you have a different skill for your navigation, we can see what else might apply. For moving at a fast pace, you will have a disadvantage. The DC will be 10 for your first trek through mostly the farmlands and areas in front of the Howling Fields.
Perfect. I will roll Survival Wisdom, and I have advantage from being an Outlander, so I'll roll it straight.
Perfect. Very nice.
Are you kidding?
Oh. Tell me, as I roll for possible encounters during your travels, what is it about this particular journey through largely the plains and roaming farms and fields before you head out into the Howling Fields proper that got you so turned around?
Darian won't stop talking about the glory we're going to get. Like, oh my god.
Just about to say that. Yeah.
I see.
Like, I take a moment to survey the land, and it's just him proclaiming the victory or death. Like, throws me off.
New horse I've got. I'm new to riding. I'm a city boy. I might be to blame as well. Yeah.
I see you taking a lot of time to babysit Cardane and his newfound ways of riding a horse.
God forbid if I had a camel, I would be on the floor.
Very good. Very good. All right, so the first bit of your day passes. You get lost and turned around, and it takes longer than you expect, but eventually you travel the first 18 or so miles north of Farfield Keep, passing through the towns and farms and pasture lands, and eventually you find yourself in a rolling plain. The farmland, the easy grasses go away, the roads, the towns, the villagers fall by the wayside, and you begin making your way through grassland with tall wild grasses rising up to about the waist or chest of an average adult male, with a few trees and shrubs spattered in. You hear the cries of birds and the rustling of small game through the grasslands. What is it like as you find yourselves out here in the kind of early afternoon at a forced march? As a group, what is your dynamic as you're going through these lands?
Proud. It's majestic. We are the chosen of all these other adventurers. We have the ability, we have the skill, we have the bravado. All these lands shall be swept clear of bandit scum. Peasants will be able to play here with their children, and their children's children, and their dogs, and even their chickens, for lack of fear. So, yeah, that.
Yeah,
He kind of just trails off.
Amused by this man. And he's sort of like trying to like egg him on. There might be some people in the party annoyed, but he's just sort of kind of trying to poke fun slightly, but like subtly. He's kind of being mean, but also encouraging in the same sort of sentence.
Seems missing Lake Hard.
Well, while you are encouraging this bravados behavior, trudging your way at a forced march through the plains, it is a 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Seem, you are the one keeping the most watch and eyes out, and you can tell that these blubbering fools are going to find themselves right in the line of a pack of hunting giant wolves. You see them making their way through the tall grasses, their ears laid flat, their haunches low to the ground. They are creeping along, but they are definitely moving directly into the path of your party, and no one has noticed it but you. What do you do?
How far out are they about, would you say?
They are roughly 60 feet away from your party, creeping their way through the tall grass by the time you notice them.
You know, I say run, and then I whip my horse into a frenzy, expecting the party to follow. And I travel in a way so that I'm not directly crossing their path.
All right.
And if I can, unsling my longbow as I do.
All right, Seem, you whip your horse into a gallop and you begin to run away. The party, I assume, is going to follow suit?
Yeah, I'm a little bit slower because I've got a donkey following me.
Oh, no!
All right.
Donkey.
Perfect.
All right, the party is going to, as a group, try to evade the danger of these wolves. You break into a gallop, the donkey doing its very best to keep up with these majestic riding horses. As the wolves, you all see now, bust out of the grass into a full gallop behind you. What I'm going to have you do is, as a group, whoever has the best... Let's see. What is galloping? What is speed? I think you're all using horses. You're all rushing. Let's use animal handling. Whoever has the best animal handling check, go ahead and roll it at advantage, and we will see if you can beat these wolves to the punch and leave them in the dust to hunt something else in your stead.
Can anybody beat a 3?
I can tie it.
No, but
What's that?
Wow.
clarity,
Slow
we're
down.
all on horses. And he has a donkey. We're mostly on horses.
I understand
So
that.
it's
So
gonna
as a
take
group, you are riding beasts to try to leave these wolves in the dust in a burst of speed. I think that your ability to handle these animals will determine whether or not you're able to get away, or whether they will close into combat with you.
Yeah. Can anybody beat a 3 for bonus?
Nope, but I can help you with the advantage.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we have advantage.
I
But I
assume
can-
that the party is
I will
assisting, and we'll have this roll at
Yeah.
advantage.
I also have a +3.
It is your choice. You want to make the roll?
Sure.
All right, go
which-
ahead and give me that roll at advantage, Butcher.
Yeah.
Thank God for
Ooh,
advantage.
a 17. You burst into speed, and it turns out the best among you is riding the mule. It is a flurry of hooves and brays, and you trot off into gallop off into the howling fields, leaving these very surprised wolves behind. They give chase for a short while, but are unable to match the head start that seemed provided. And eventually, you are once again alone in the plains. I assume that after evading them, you gather yourselves up and continue northward, heading back towards the keep or the monastery.
If I look back over my shoulder while I'm running, can I get a good view of these things?
Oh, you want to look back over? Yes, you can look back over your shoulder as you gallop away. They give chase for a little while. They're large wolves. They're about the size, maybe of a small pony rather than a large dog, and they have deep, dark black fur. You think that perhaps they would be very well suited for hunting at night, as they would be well camouflaged. Yeah, other than that, they look like mundane wolves despite their immense size.
So, do these look similar to the ones that Butcher has seen before when they attacked him when they were up on the hill, or are these smaller?
Yes, if you've encountered these large wolves in the plains before, then they will be very similar to you.
Okay, gotcha.
Absolutely. All right. So the party.
That was a very brave retreat, friends. Have you seen these creatures before? Surely they were no match for our mighty steeds, but I trust you.
They aren't worth the effort.
Yeah, I'm gonna ride because I'm still hopped up on adrenaline. That's the most danger I've been in since the crimes I committed back in the big city at home. So I'm gonna ride around like circles in this plane, sort of laughing about the adventure we just had.
Excellent.
Until he sees like the rest of the party being serious and heading on, and he's sort of gonna fall back and.
Very nice, very nice. So you, despite the exuberance of Cardane racing about, the party manages to get back on their way, heading northward. It is not long, however, until Cardane, you have been exuberantly racing about, and it is you who notice nearby a peculiar grove of tall standing trees. You notice them to be quite out of place here in the plains. You've only been here a small amount of time, but during your travel through the Howling Fields, you've mostly seen long swaths of high grasses, maybe an occasional rolling hill. A single bush or tree would not be so out of place, but this is a large grouping of them, probably enumerating over a dozen. And as you take a moment to look at them and investigate, you hear the sounds of rushing water.
Ranger, mark this copse. I think I hear a stream running through. Shall we mark it on our maps and
Let's
water?
We might
Let's take a
refresh our mighty steeds here. They've run a good distance from those foul creatures. They should refresh
Let's-
themselves.
we can certainly take a look. Rick, I'd like to see if I would have any idea of what this could be, if there's any danger in this, or if it's simply nature's way of giving us a reprieve.
And how would you go about doing that?
I want to see if I know anything about this, if this seems like a natural phenomenon based off of my knowledge of nature, or if it is something that seems magical in nature.
Okay.
Right? I'm trying to make sure, see if it's I want to see if it's natural. I want to see if I can tell if it's natural or not.
All right. So you're some distance away, and you lean on your trainings in the ways of nature, and your understanding of it. This sounds like a nature roll. This sounds like intelligence. This sounds like memory, recalling information. So go ahead and give me a nature intelligence check. A 19. You are familiar with two things. One, if there is indeed a source of water there, it would not be out of the realm of possibility that trees and larger vegetation could definitely take root and grow. It does seem odd to you that you don't see water leaving the area. It's kind of a close-knit grouping of trees. You don't see a stream or a river or anything coming out of it. Though the sound being heard this far away doesn't make you think of a pool or a lake or something of that nature. So it's not completely out of place, but it does raise some thoughts in your mind as you stare upon it.
I share my thoughts. I say it might be worth approaching, but proceed with caution. A reason to avoid filling our water skins if it is simply a blessing.
So I will originally follow his advice of padding closely, but when I see my friend with the camel next to me, I'll sort of speak maybe a bit louder than I should for approaching cautiously.
Mm-hmm.
Say, I hear this beast you have requires neither liquid nor sustenance. How does it fare in these lands?
It thirsts for the blood of the wicked. No, it's water. Food and water.
Indeed, it is aggressive enough.
The camel spits at you as you say
seriously,
that.
If you
It's been doing that.
watch out for that. Also, don't stand behind it; it'll probably kick you. If you stand in front of it, it'll spit on you. Best thing to do: either stay away from it or just stay to its side. But then it'll just turn around and spit on you. So just stay away. You'll be fine.
Enough from the donkey, my friend. I have no desire to approach that creature.
All right. You have this exchange on your way up to this strange kind of grouping of trees. As you arrive, you hear the sounds of water becoming more and more, excuse me, noticeable. And there is kind of like a small entrance. It seems that as you've gotten closer, it wasn't directly facing you, but as you can see that these trees form almost like a quarter circle or a three-quarter circle around something, and there is a kind of small entrance leading deeper in. As you look, you see that this seems to be almost like a pocket of forest. There is undergrowth growing beneath the trees themselves, and vines hanging down from their branches. It is deep enough, at least, and dark enough that you do not see what is inside without heading deeper into the center of this small grove.
Can we see light inside, or is it all covered by the trees and the canopy and
the sunlight can filter through. There's it's kind of like dim light underneath the hanging forest limbs.
Okay, so something like mysterious supernatural darkness in the forest.
No. It isn't a mysterious darkness. It is more natural darkness.
The water is coming from the center of this, right?
So that's what this sounds like from where you are. Yes.
I'm gonna
sort
of peer into this forest.
Mm-hmm. You peer in, getting a good look at shrubs and vines, and you... no, you don't see much else. It seems that you might have to get deeper in to get a good look at whatever the source of this might be.
So does this sound like it's like water rushing over stone or something like that, or does this sound like it's water coming up and splashing down?
Both of those things, in fact.
Might I suggest we approach in stealth?
Well, we have two options, right? We can go through the forest and approach through the forest, which will allow us to stealth, or we can not enter the forest and enter through this little 1/4 circle that's cut out, and there's no forest, right?
There's something here, but I think it might be worth looking into if somebody would be willing to approach and perhaps just take caution not to be hit.
Yeah, if everyone kind of hesitates and pauses at the beginning, Darren will sort of kind of turn Theodore, his majestic camel, around a little bit and say, "Are you scared of a little darkness, friends? Come on now, after me," and turn him back, let him back, and slowly move onwards.
All right.
Watch out for an attack.
You make your way
Yes,
deeper.
Terrifying trees. Yes.
I ready my longbow.
All right.
Yeah.
Mechanically, I do not take the dodge action because he's bold, but he does make sure to have his shield, and he makes sure to have his weapon, and he readies an attack to maybe fend off anything that might be coming through.
All right. You make your way deeper in. Whoa! I hear myself.
Personally, I would dodge, but I apologize. Darren would not.
You should be good. I think that
Okay.
was from.
Okay. So I brain has melted. You are entering the small grove of trees. You make your way further in, and you eventually make your way into the center of it. It's not a long trek. It is kind of peaceful and cool in here in the heat of the afternoon sun. You get a kind of a reprieve from your forced march through the lands that you've been going through. After a minute or two, you find your way into the center of this grove. And in the center of it, you see two things. The first being a fountain, the centerpiece of which is a large bronze statue of a dying Minotaur. Seems to be almost in some sort of commemoration of a heroic lost stand long ago. His wounds are grievous, and the heads of many slain enemies rest around him on the make of the fountain. Water flows from the heads' mouths, seemingly like in a representation of the bloodshed on that day, into a rectangular basin forming the base of the statue. And behind it are a small rock formation that appears to be like almost a small shrine of some sorts, but is now covered in vine and overgrowth behind it. The small shrine seems to be sealed on this side by a bit of fallen rock wedged up against what would have been the opening of it.
Now, when you say small shrine, do you mean like a small, like PC size, like a computer size shrine, like a building size shrine, or like
small
a
building size shrine? Yeah.
And it seems to be some sort of like entrance into a structure.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Well-
keep my see what he thinks.
Darian will dismount. He will light a torch, and he will approach slowly, unless anyone stops him.
I think we should.
Yeah,
I think we should approach it. Yeah, but I think what we should do is we should try to clean off some of the moss, see if we can find any markings or anything that indicates what this is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. But first, is there anywhere on this fountain, on this statue of a Minotaur, maybe in like one of his open hands or something that I could place like a torch or set up like a little fire or do
You
something
want to
here?
place a torch in the hand of the fountain? No. You could probably wedge the torch in the head of one of the mouths, but they have water flowing from them.
Yeah.
So that might be a little bit more difficult. The Minotaur itself is holding its weapon in its hands in a closed fist.
The heads,
Okay,
are they
okay.
Minotaurs as well?
I'm sorry, what was that, Cardane?
The heads, are they Minotaurs as well?
No. They appear to be humanoid.
No.
The groom sign.
you said the statue's injured,
Is-
correct? Like, it appears injured?
Yes, it is crafted with obvious and grievous wounds. The Minotaur, while seemingly victorious, seems to be either dying or close to death. It seems much more reminiscent to you of like some final stand rather than some glorious victory.
And we don't know anything about in our like cultural history.
I don't know. Do you?
Yeah, can
The answer is
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
no. You feel free to roll me some history if you would like, but it's not immediately spring to mind.
yeah, I'll help you out and give you advantage as Darian eyes the statue and considers perhaps some proud warrior of the past.
Okay, sure. With a 14, you scour your mind and you ping some ideas off of your good friend Darian. However, you are quite certain that you do not know of any proud tradition of Minotaur warriors or some battle of the past.
Okay. The Minotaur, it doesn't have water coming out of its mouth, does it?
No.
Okay. Is it like, what is it like? Is it smiling? Is it grimacing? Like, what was its facial expression?
That's a good question. It is grim and set. It
Okay.
looks like stern, perhaps like it is ready for something more, but it is not like a
Okay.
look of victory or something else.
I was going to do this later, but now seems appropriate. I would like to cast Goodberry.
Okay. That costs you a spring of mistletoe, I believe.
Yep.
All right.
About 20 of them. I will mark that off.
Very good.
And then I will pass everybody one.
Mm-hmm.
And real quick, who has food for their mounts besides? And one of you does.
Yeah, I mean, I have some food. Yes.
Okay. Do you have Guardian? So I will save. I'll take 4 of these berries because they had 10 of them. And I want to look for like possibly being able to place this on these statues somehow because Goodberry, when you eat them, has a healing property to it. There's
You
magical
attempt to
healing. And I will-
heal the statue. All right.
yeah, like symbolic, if nothing else. And I want to say
You begin
Made-
placing good berries upon the Minotaur and around it on its rectangular
Mm-hmm.
basin. It's a small enough fountain that you can kind of reach over it without having to get inside and splash around. And eventually, you've placed 10 good berries around this bronze
Oh, yeah.
statue.
I'll place I wanted to place 4 of them.
4.
6 are for
You've placed
yeah.
4 good berries around the statue.
Yeah, and I simply want to say, may these allow you to get stand and fight on, and then leave it at that.
Okay.
As he's doing that, Darian, seeing nowhere to put the torch, says, "Hold here a moment, Theodore," and ties the camel up to one of the trees by the clearing,
Mhm.
and then moves to clear away some of the moss and debris around the statue as Seam puts around the good berries.
Okay. You do that exactly. You clear away some of the moss and overgrowth from the bronze statue. You see an inscription written in what are the languages? I guess it doesn't matter. Do you speak a Minotaur or Giant language? You read or write in Giant or Minotaur? Anyone? No? I'm assuming no. Okay. In that case, you find runes across the bottom of this kind of rectangular basin that are jagged and sharp and are illegible to you.
Are there few enough that I can commit them to memory?
Perhaps. Yes. It's hard to commit things to memory. I suppose runes are shapes more than anything else. Do you have a particularly good memory for languages or artistic ability for recreation of shapes you haven't seen before? What is it that makes it possible for Cardane to maybe do this?
Well, performance is charisma. Nah. I was gonna say maybe like there's an artistic value to it. I've got 15 charisma, but I'm seeing it as a stretch even now. Yeah.
I could see as maybe a charisma save, if that makes any sense.
Are you artistically trained? What is your artistic training?
I don't actually have artistic training per se, but I have done a bit of chalk drawing. I've written in thieves' cant, which is also jagged symbols that's carved into things.
Okay.
I remember quite a lot of those.
Okay. Well, sure. I don't think that. I think that's possible. Never mind. I think that's fine, right? You've had to work with a coded and hidden language before. Let's see. I don't believe charisma is the correct attribute to apply to this particular attempt of memorization.
So I think I see Cardane struggling with this, and I say, friend, do you need ink and paper?
Alas, I have none.
I have some if you need to borrow.
Yes.
Perfect.
I will make a copy or a rubbing.
Sure.
Not
You place the paper borrowed onto the outside of this rectangular basin and make a nice ink rubbing of the shape and display of these runes. Excellent.
The rock blocking the entrance, how heavy is it? Is it something we can move?
It does appear to be quite heavy, but it is something that you would estimate that people, especially a group of 4 strong adventurers, would likely be able to shove them around. It does not appear to be unnaturally heavy or overly large.
Would a crowbar help?
Absolutely.
I have one of those.
So it might be a smart idea to, if we're going to open it just enough so one person can squeeze through. That way, if something tries to come out, we can close it quickly.
Wait,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What are you trying to open? The shrine?
Yes.
Move them, yeah.
Or the statue?
The shrine.
Oh, okay. I mean, moving the rubble. I mean, yeah. And then. Yeah.
I'm not
should
sure.
be careful.
That's probably going to make it a little bit harder if we're trying to have one person not help move the rock. That's the only thing.
What do you mean?
If they're going to be squeezing past, they're not going to be helping move the rock, right?
Well, we can move the rock and just make it so it's just enough for one person to squeeze through the crevice. That way, if something starts trying to come out, we can move it back. Because if it's made intentionally
Okay. Yeah, I understand what you're
here,
saying now.
it's probably to stop people from coming out.
Now I follow. Okay.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah,
Do we go
Does that
about
move-
moving the rock?
I certainly do.
All right, the 4 of you heave and hoe and shove the rock. You have a nice tool, a crowbar, to help you do it. And with your combined efforts with a tool, you are able to shift this very heavy rock and get it to roll slightly away from the entrance. But you stop it and lean it back up so that there's just enough space for a medium-sized creature to be squeezing through into the stone shrine beyond. The stone shrine beyond seems to be, about 10 feet high. It's not all that deep. It's probably, more than a man-size wide, probably 7 to 10 feet wide. It seems to be a singular room inside the shrine. As you open it up, you smell like staleness coming from the other side, like just seeping out into the open space. It smells like dust and stale air that has just been kind of trapped in there for some unknown amount of time since. And as you peer inside, it is just pitch black on the other side of the stone. What little light is getting through the trees is hardly enough to penetrate into this small gap to see inside.
Butcher would offer to be the vanguard and go in first.
Real quick, does dark vision do anything?
With dark vision, you have to have some amount of light in order to see. And so when you go into the pitch black, unfortunately, your dark vision is ineffective.
Do we just want to light a torch and see what's in there?
Darian already has a torchlight, so he just kind of holds it up to the shrine hole. I also have dark vision, so we both get a good glimpse, hopefully.
I'm gonna...
But I would say, Butcher, of course, you seem appropriately sized for the task. Pardon my words.
All right. Do we see anything from just the torch being lit on the outside?
Oh, I see. You stick the torch in and look inside. Sure enough, you see a kind of like raised stanchion, some couple of feet off the ground, that is large. It takes up most of the length of the shrine inside, and it seems to be some kind of like rectangular box opened at the top. But from the low angle of putting your torch in, you're not able to see what is inside. As the torchlight flickers along the insides of the stone shrine, you see that the interior of the walls are depicted in bloody battle. You see this indentation in the walls has been meticulously carved, showing a mighty battle axe wielding Minotaur, much like the one you see in the fountain outside, holding off hordes of small humanoids, or at least small in comparison to him, on top of a hill.
Butcher, maybe you should go in and reflect, maybe pray for guidance from what is obviously a very mighty warrior.
So, can you describe the stanchion a little bit more?
Sure. It's simple. It seems to be made of like old, like fossilized even wood. It has two sets of legs, one on the kind of end nearest you, one on the other, that kind of sit in a cross like this, holding a small box, also made of the same material. It seems to be, I don't know, about yay thick, and it's open at the top. You can see that it is not a single solid piece. It seems to be a like rectangular hold. I guess it probably would remind you of internment in some way. Like it definitely gives the vibe of a way to intern body.
Did you say how long it was?
Most of the depth of the shrine. I don't know. Let's see. Let's look up how big creatures are. Looks like it's pretty long, actually. Looks like it's about 10 feet long. Probably a little shorter.
Then I would say, this seems to be the burial place of this mighty Minotaur warrior. We should not disturb this place unless we first pay respect to him or her, as it may be.
All right. Yeah, I think Butcher would make his way in, get a closer look at what's going on here.
Mm-hmm.
And haven't thought really much about what this would be, but I think that there are certainly some dwarven rituals that are appropriate for paying homage to the dead.
Okay.
Especially those fallen in combat, and I would try to perform whatever I feel are the appropriate rituals of respect here.
All right. Once you find your way inside, you can kind of stand and see into what this box is holding. It is indeed skeletal remains of a Minotaur in the kind of resting position, and the Minotaur's hands rest kind of clasped over his chest, and the clasped between his hands and laying along the skeletal remains is a long battle axe that seems to be inlaid with gold and similar runes to the ones that you saw outside on the bronze fountains. You begin paying your dwarven respects to the warrior. Why don't you go ahead and make me a religion wisdom, I think, check as you are performing these rites.
All right, that makes sense to me.
Okay.
Can Darian help and give him advantage with his? He's not trained in religion, but he's trained in performance. So maybe he can help with some of the rites by, provocatively torch waving at the appropriate moments during the dwarven chants or whatever.
I wasn't going to let you do that, but because you described it as provocative torch waving, you've convinced me. So, Coron, or Butcher, I'm sorry, your rituals weren't going particularly well, but there's just something so provocative about the way Darian waves that torch at the right moments. It gets you right on track, and you feel like presence around you and in the shrine as your rituals complete. And you, let's see. You feel a strength rush and well through your body. You are blessed with Minotaur strength for the next 24 hours. Your strength is set to 18.
Wait, I lose strength?
Do you have? If you have more than 18 strength, then you do not feel much more than a regular blessing. Just.
Do I perhaps
feel good
off some of this leftover energy?
Do you really have more than 18 strength?
Yeah, I rolled an 18, and dwarves get +2, so I'm at 20.
Yeah, you can't go above 20 naturally. So you have 20 strength. It stays there.
I feel strong even if there's no.
You feel good. Yeah, the blessing is still there. You feel good, but it does not change your strength. Well, that's a really shitty roll on the potential blessings for you in particular, then.
Hey, you just got blessed. Take your luck with that axe.
Does Darian, or is it just the moral support?
Darian, I'm sure it was just the provocative torch dancing, unless you want to squeeze in too.
I assumed I was in there with him.
Oh, okay. I thought that you
the-
left enough space just for a single person to go in at a time. But yeah, you squeeze in after him, and you once again see all the things described previously.
Yeah. I apologize. I assumed that was the case. Once he saw there was just a shrine inside and started working a ceremony, Darian came in with him and helped him.
Sure.
Yeah.
Are the other party kind of preoccupied? Could I maybe do something behind the backs?
What did you have in mind?
Well, I was thinking of these good barriers. Obviously, this Minotaur, this creature, it's they're all heaping on praises on this thing, but it hasn't even helped anyone. Its strength is inferior to the dwarf, who's a fraction of its size. So it doesn't really deserve these good berries. I'm gonna pick them up, and then hesitating a bit, I'm gonna place one in the mouth or the nostril of one of the human heads.
All right, you stuff a good berry into the nostril of a bronze human head, and there it remains.
All right, I'm going to turn to Darian. I'm going to say, I felt its presence with me, but does that mean that it's granting me its blessing to take the axe?
I felt it too. The presence of this mighty warrior filled this entire chamber. I believe he would have been proud of the things you said, although I did not understand them. They felt powerful and mighty and respectful. Surely you are blessed by his strength and his honor.
That's not exactly what I asked, but
Go for it. Hey guys, get ready to push this thing back the second Butcher runs out.
all right. I'm going to try to gently push its hands from the axe, trying to be, as respectful as possible in doing this.
Okay, you touch only the bones of the Minotaur and slide its hands away from the axe itself. You find them to be in particularly good shape. As you push the bones away, they do not feel brittle or particularly well worn. There's strength in the bones still, but nothing happens as you touch only the bones and push his hands away.
Interesting. So maybe there's some blessing on the spot itself to retain the bones quality. I think I would go ahead and attempt to pick up the axe.
And Greg, before we start this, just to make sure we got established, we had ready actions to push the boulder back the second Butcher runs out the door.
Oh yeah, me with the crowbar.
All right.
And I was just gonna maybe put like the hands somewhere, hide it somewhere before it like gets up and starts trying to.
No, I'm not trying to fool this thing. I'm trying to be respectful to it. So I'm just laying the hands at its side, and
Give me
relatively normal fashion.
Give me a second religion check. You did enough to obtain its blessing, but have you done enough to get rewarded with the axe? You have indeed. The axe is lifted clear of the coffin. The Minotaur does not stir, nor wake, nor do anything of particular note. And you are able to leave the cave with a brand new battle axe inlaid with gold and runes in hand.
Is this
As
mechanically a battle axe, or would I wield it because it was such a large creature? Is a great axe maybe?
You're a dwarf too. I think that this is a let's see here. Let me look up the rules real quick. What is a battle axe and what is a great axe? So, I think what you will wield this as is a two-handed great axe.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome. All right. I'm going to hold on to this thing, and I'm going to ask, hey, can somebody hold on to my old axe? I think I'm going to hold on to this one for now.
Maybe leave the Minotaur with a weapon. It seems fitting.
Oh, that's true. Actually, I'll make my way back inside and drop my old axe and lay its hands clasping around it.
All right. Perfect.
My hand.
Darian had been sort of frowning at first at the initial taking of the axe, but when Butcher replaced it with his own, it seemed to be a respectable trade, an axe for the living for an axe for the dead. And as they leave behind, he proclaims as such that they have done a great ceremony to lay this powerful Minotaur warrior to rest.
And I think we rolled
the
boulder back in front of it, right?
Yeah. Return to as it was.
All right, perfect. You
Yes.
roll the boulder back
Native.
in front, and the shrine once again lays still and quiet as it was when you found it.
Yeah. Seeing that the berries have mysteriously moved, and seeing as the real focus of this was the tomb, he's gonna go and take his berries back.
Berry. I will notice you, Berry. I will say magic is afoot. It seems perhaps maybe the gods of this land favor the humans over the beasts and the minotaurs. No matter how mighty their individuals.
You know, I can make 20 of these a day, right?
Of course.
As you take them back.
What was that?
20. How much do these go for back in town?
They don't.
Pity.
Yeah, whatever. Eat the ones you got.
Well,
Only eat one.
Yeah,
We'll feed you for a day.
I get one.
You're cutting out.
Sorry. Here, is this better?
Not you, I don't think. Anyway, berries are handed out, and you, I assume, leave the shrine alone. After
Make sure
you,
for our water.
Yeah, we're gonna drink that water because water is a precious commodity.
all right. You refill. Are any of you wounded from battle? No one has been wounded in battle. All right, you drink water, man. It tastes good.
Before I leave, I'm gonna linger by the statue.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna look up. I'm gonna smirk at this Minotaur fella, and I'm gonna reach out my crowbar and like clink it on the head, just like a little tap, and turn around and follow my party.
All right, you give it a little love tap on the way by. Your disrespect resonates, but no consequences follow for you. And what?
I apologize. Cardane, do you do that where Darian can see you, like smack the statue with a crowbar, or do you do it kind of like hidden behind everyone else, last in line kind of thing?
It was gonna be last in line. You might turn around. I think it's up to you. Won't be that.
Yeah. Darian does not turn around. They have been victorious here. They have honored the statue. They rides gloriously forwards, always onwards and forwards, never backwards.
Yeah.
Cool.
A good mantra. I will tell you so.
All right. You find yourselves outside of the woods once again, new battle axe in hand. Do you continue northward for the rest of your day? All right. The party continues on for the rest of the afternoon, eventually coming to sunset in the Howling Fields. As you prepare yourselves for camp, what is the mood like after your first day of travel? As I roll for encounters here, tell me what it's like and how you set up your camp. What that looks like.
It's a good omen.
Yeah, everything's gone very well so far. We managed to both honor a shrine and get something from it, which is nice.
Mm-hmm.
We avoided fighting those nasty wolves in the field, which is very good.
Yeah, the mood's good. Darian feels fantastic. His first adventure with these wonderful, brave fellows is going great. They have done good, honorable things, and it should be a nice, quiet camp. Hopefully, they set up by the fire. He puts up Theodore next to him.
Mm-hmm.
Sits there gently by his side, feeding him some feed and an occasional good berry.
I shall mention my. There's a dark vision disparity amongst the group. It seems that for me to take a watch, I will need some kind of light source, like a lantern or something. Whereas for the three of you, you can just sit out in the night and see as far as in daylight, except from the light of the stars alone. So
not as far as in daylight, friend. Only around 60 feet.
Well, I'm
If you are tired, friend, perhaps we can each take a slightly longer watch to accommodate for your weariness.
Perhaps you make it up to us by carrying all of our extra gear.
I don't think how much can a horse carry? Because I might be able to just sort of like take that.
The encumbrance of a horse. Let's see. I had like a copy paste of this. Do I have it still? No, I don't. Sadly. Okay, let me find the riding horse for you.
Riding horse is 160 for light, 320 for heavy, and 480 for max.
There you go.
I think I'll agree to this deal.
It's of no consequence.
All right. You reshuffle some weight onto Cardane's horse and agree to let him rest deep into the night. So, the night is going along swimmingly. Darian, what do you do on your watch?
Well, mostly Darian hangs out with Theodore. Because, Theodore gets lonely. Darian gets to talk to all the people and go on these adventures. And Theodore just kind of sits there and rides around and just sits there and just rides around some more. He doesn't have a lot of fun. He doesn't get to, go out much. So when he can, he, talks to him. He tells him all his stories, all the tales. And he knows Theodore understands.
Okay.
Deep down.
Well, you're sitting there on your watch having a nice conversation about your adventures, talking to your friend Camel. As it spits on the ground, you hear in the distance the Howl of Wolves. It is far enough away from you that it does not immediately raise your hackles, but you are alerted to and aware of wolves on the hunt. What do you do?
Well, knowing that we had just escaped from wolves previously, and hearing wolves in the night, no matter how distant or concerning, is still something to be aware of.
Mm-hmm.
He will motion to Theodore to calm him because he knows that he would, get worried.
Mm-hmm.
And he go and wake together and say, friends, not to alarm you. You may continue resting if you wish. I would not blame you. But I hear what sounds like wolves off in the distance.
You wake your friends,
You're free
and
to
it is
wake up
not long after you have roused the whole party that the howl happens again. This time closer, much closer, in fact. It seems that whatever howl it is a solitary sound, not the howl of many wolves, but of one. But it is now much closer to you than it was before.
Okay, so I hand everybody a hunting trap and say, okay, go ahead and put these down real quick. I do the same with a set of caltrops, and I say, in the direction of where it's howling is coming from. And I say, okay, put these down quickly now, get your weapons. Butcher, you up front. Let's
How long does it
be
take
ready
to
for-
set weapons? It takes a round, or what is the rule?
It's
on
we had a round last time.
One round,
Let me
perfect.
look real quick. Yeah, so we have a round worth of time, I'm assuming.
Okay.
Hunting trap. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do so.
All right.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to put you all. I'm going to put you all on this map, and we will have you on this far left over by the rock. Where is your characters? There they are. Go ahead and place yourselves. Oh, Cardane, you don't have a token. Well, we'll deal with that in a minute. Go ahead and place yourselves and your traps where you would like to. The sound is coming from eastward, over here where I am pinging. 1, 2, 3.
So I assume there's some area where we have our horses set up, right?
They can be back here.
All right, awesome. So I'm yeah. I guess if it's coming from the east, I'm gonna set it up, somewhere. I guess just draw an X on the map.
Go ahead, draw where you place your preparations.
Ask the ranger if they can see in the dark.
Just as much as the rest of the party. Well, President Company excluded. But no. In regards to caltrops, a line over hereabouts, a couple of those level of squares, just about those
Okay.
2 squares.
Okay. That is how you
those are
spend your
caltrops.
round?
Yep. And then I back up over here.
Okay. So I see one set of caltrops, one set of lines. Has anybody else placed any?
Remember, we should place them where they're coming from. It's gonna be the best bet.
If Seam gives a hunting trap to Darian, he will set it up right here in the gap between the caltrops.
Well, so what is this? Just long grass? The patches.
Yes, that is exactly what it is. Big, long, flowing grasses.
Yeah. So I'm gonna set one caltrops here.
All right. Excellent.
Another caltrops.
So we only get one round.
Yeah,
can
so
only
we'll
set up
choose which one of those you would like. You get to set up a one.
Okay. That one.
All right. So you take this round to set your traps, having been wakened in the night. Those of you with dark vision eventually see at 60 feet. We'll call it. Oh, it's very close to you. Here, an enormous wolf strides out from the darkness right into the edge of your vision, and you can see it is much, much larger than even the wolves that you saw earlier in the day. In fact, it is so big that it even makes the ones on either side seem small in comparison, as it is flanked by 4 more of these smaller... Oh, what did I do? Wrong thing. It is flanked by 4 more of these smaller wolves, 2 on either side of it, that prowl silently next to this large one. As it steps into view, it unleashes another howl into the night, and you see that all of them prepare their haunches to race forward. Go ahead and roll me into initiative, everybody.
Nothing but the best initiatives for me.
Nothing but the best initiatives. Alrighty. So do I have everybody in there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That looks like it. We will sort descending. The first to act are...
Wait. Woad doesn't have his initiative.
Woad does not.
Or his token.
Seems to be the 5
22.
here. We'll count for him.
Yeah, I rolled it.
Butcher is 3, Palladian is 12, and Darian is 11. Okay, so it's just this one. Perfect. The first to act is, instead of the wolves, it is our friend Cardane. You see these creatures come out of the night. You've set down traps. What do you do?
So can I, with my shot, is it possible to try and kind of direct it? You know, if you shoot in one shoulder, it might go to the other sides. I don't know. That's a long shot, but could I maybe try to use my arrows to focus them into the trap section more?
Okay, I think that's possible. What I'll have you do is roll to hit their AC, and instead of dealing damage, we will instead make them forcibly move towards the traps on their turn. Which one are you going to be forcing movement into?
On the black, I'll take the damage instead on one of the...
Oh, you'll just take damage instead. Okay. Go ahead and choose a target and give me a roll to hit.
Yeah, they'll go for this one.
Okay.
One to the side.
This one right here in front.
Confidence to go for the big one. Alright. So it'll be a longbow attack with no advantage.
The 16 will hit the wolf in front of you. Go ahead and roll me some damage.
And I click the longbow bit, right?
Yep, exactly that. For 11 points of damage, your arrow flies true, strikes the creature right in its big shoulders. You see it lurch a little bit and yelp in pain, but it continues its motion. All right, the next to act are the great wolves themselves, and they will begin rushing forward. This one that has been injured will make a big movement, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, right there, and move again, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, rushing up to you, Cardane, who has shot it with a bow, but it cannot attack you on its turn. This will make another straight line move as well. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Unable to get its attack off as it races towards you. These ones on the right-hand side will also rush forward. These ones will go over the top of the caltrops, so they must make a dexterity saving throw.
DC 15.
DC 15, thank you. That was going to be my question. The first one matching it, leaping over the caltrops. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. This one will also hit the caltrops here.
That's a hunting trap. That's a DC 13.
That's a hunting trap you put down. I see.
Yeah.
Very nice. So this is a DC 13 dex save. It fails. It is caught in the hunting trap in front of you.
So
and
it
will
takes
take
3 damage.
Nice. It takes 3 points of damage and is caught by the hunting trap. The final one will go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 5, and then get a DC save, or a dex save, passing again. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, can go no farther. And the large wolf also begins prowling forward, though not at the rush of its other ones. 10, 15, and it will make a save here. This is... a 9. It stops its motion as its paws sink into the caltrops, taking a point of damage. All right.
So we gotta turn it around, that 1 point, guys.
Seam, you've seen your hunting traps and your caltrops work to some extent. What do you do?
Okay. I'm going to bonus action Hunter's Mark this one,
Okay.
and then take a shot at it.
All right, you do so. Go ahead and roll to hit.
16?
16 will hit it, absolutely.
Okay, and then here's longbow damage for 5. Ooh.
Okay.
And then Hunter's Mark damage. Oh my god. Okay, 6 damage.
For 6 more damage, you strike the creature. Again, you see your arrow sticking out of its thick haunches as it bleeds, but it does not go down. It is bloodied, however.
I'm gonna back over here.
All right, you back up. Darian, you see one of these beasts slavering in front of you, staring you down. Another staring down your friend on the rock. What do you do?
How well armored does Cardane look?
I have studded leather armor on over a what you might understand to be fake noble clothing.
Okay, so you seem like you're not quite as decked out as you could be to face off against massive bunches of wolves. So he will look over at you and say, "Fear not, friend. I shall strike this one down." Attacks it with his flail.
Thank you.
All right, you turn to strike at the wolf, bleeding in front of Cardane. Go ahead and roll to hit. With a 17, you strike the creature. For 8 bludgeoning, that will slay it. You strike this creature, knocking it prone. You see its eyes roll into the back of its head, and it stops breathing in front of you.
Darian sort of whips the flail around a little bit, brings it down on the wolf's head with a satisfying crunch.
Nice.
Says, "Fear not, friend. We shall defeat them together."
Excellent. You make mincemeat out of its brains. Butcher.
Then,
your turn's not done. Sorry.
Darian will actually. I apologize. I'm going to move right there, just in front of the other one.
I see. Blocking its
hold
path
him off.
forward. Very nice. Butcher, it is your turn. You have a wolf staring down at you in a bear trap, and another completely free. What do you do?
Well, I'm going to go for the one that is free, and I'm going to swing my new great axe, try to chop off one of its legs.
All right. Go ahead and roll with a +1.
So that's a 24.
24. That definitely hits. Give me damage with a +1.
So 10.
All right. 10 points of damage on this creature here that was not affected by the trap. Excellent. Well, and is that all? I won't move on as quickly this time. I didn't realize that turns went.
Yeah, that's all.
All right,
that's
perfect. Excellent. That brings us back around to Cardane. The wolf in front of you has been slain. What do you do?
So to attack any of these guys, I'm gonna be firing into like combat with my friends, right?
Yeah, in 5e, they don't care at all if you do that. Just fire away, baby.
I'm gonna help my knight friend out because I'm on top of the rock.
The only issue is if there's an enemy next to you.
And going to longbow.
All right, your 23 will strike it. For 6 piercing damage, the beast yelps in pain, but continues staring down your friend.
Great shot, friend.
Thank you.
All right, that is Cardane's turn. It is now the wargs, or, well, in this case, wolves, not really wargs. We'll deal with the small ones first.
Yeah,
Yep.
I apologize.
I was gonna say real quick, for the big boy, he does move 10 feet slower for his movement until he gets healing.
Sounds good.
Because I know it's gonna matter.
Sounds good.
And while Cardane's turn is still going, if it's okay, I say, friend, perhaps reposition just behind those rocks in case that massive beast comes to eat you.
Ah, indeed, yes. I will come down here.
Okay.
I shall hold them off, yeah. Fear not.
So, the small wolf's turn. The first one is facing down Darian and will make a bite attack at you for a 23, which I assume will hit you.
Yes.
For 9 piercing damage. You can ignore the text about the getting knocked prone. But you will take 9 points of damage as it rips and tears at you with its maw. This creature here, does it want to fight Butcher? Yes, it does. This creature will attempt to bite and rip and tear at Butcher with an 18.
Yep.
That will hit you for 14 piercing damage. This one that's been caught in the bear trap, is it completely restrained or does it just have no movement?
It just can't move.
Just can't move.
Okay, so it will attempt to bite at you as well, with a 10. I don't believe that'll get you.
Yeah, that's a miss.
All right, and with that, this creature will now move forward here and make a save versus the bear trap.
DC 13.
Yes, it is. D20 plus 4. For a... Oh no, rolling the dice forever. For a 10! It is trapped. Go ahead and roll me D4 damage, right?
Yep. And then it can take an action to try to free itself.
Excellent. That is 2 damage, and it is stuck for its turn. Excellent. That is the wolves. Seam, you see your traps doing wonders on the largest one. What do you do?
I'm gonna shoot this guy. Shoot the one that Butcher's already started on.
All right.
21?
21 will hit.
Okay, well, for 7, and then also as a bonus action, I apologize, would switch to Hunter's Mark over.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Oh my god.
For an extra 8. All right, you have bloodied the creature, but it is still combat ready.
Gross. Okay, that's my turn.
All right, Darian, you are facing down with the creature that bit into you so savagely. What do you do?
I say, oh, these things, their bite is massively strong. Almost as strong as that Minotaur. No, no, we shall hold strong, friends. And he continues attacking. Mechanically, though, I take the dodge action. He heroically attacks.
I
and
continue
swings.
attacking by dodging. Very nice. Very nice. I like it.
They say sometimes the best offense is a good defense. I don't know who says that. I'm sure someone.
Very nice. Butcher, you are facing down an injured and a trapped wolf. What do you do?
So the first thing Butcher is going to do is he's going to sort of take a second to get a deep breath, re-steal his resolve, and take the second wind.
All right,
regaining 6
excellent.
HP. And then I will make another swing down at this one that I've hit before.
Mm-hmm.
A 20 to hit.
You hit.
And 10 more damage.
And for 10 more damage, you slay the creature. Blah. It dies, chopped in twain by your mighty great axe. All right.
And then I will step away from this one here.
Okay. I'm going to rule because it is caught in a bear trap. It's not going to make an attack of opportunity at you.
That is very kind of you. Let's see.
Great strike, friend.
And I will go ahead and use my action surge here
Okay.
to make a swing at this one.
All right.
12?
The 12 might actually hit the wolf. Hold on. No, just shy.
Ugh.
Yes, you swing, but the wolf was also dodging. Ha ha! And you come up empty. Excellent. That brings us to Cardane. You're behind the rock. You see Mighty Butcher come up to try to take a swing at one of these wolves that was in front of you. What do you do?
Well, both these guys are shorter than the average human, so I think I can fire over them, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to shoot the wolf that is pursuing them. So
Alright.
I'm used to typing the /R rather than using the sheet.
You are more than welcome to type the /R if that is what you'd like to do. Ooh, but I would suggest keeping that crit. Go ahead and roll me some sweet damage.
So that's double the dice, right?
You can click on it and it'll roll critical damage.
I
Yeah, 18 damage. 6 and 18 is 24. Does that do it? No! It survives at 1 HP! The creature is all but dead, falling and like yelping in pain. Blood pours from its like torso where this arrow has like pierced a vital organ, but it still lives.
Was that one of the ones that had gone over caltrops or not?
This one here, I have caltrop damage on the ones that did. I track all the damage together. Yeah.
One thing, so I was just making sure one damage didn't.
One thing I will give them is they are brave.
Excellent.
Great shot, friend.
It is the
beast is almost
turn. With this turn, this one is still fighting, and it has the taste of blood in its mouth. It wants Darian, and it will try to finish Darian with a mighty bite. With an 11, will that hit you?
Even though I'm dodging, it will not hit me.
Oh, you are dodging. Yeah.
I
My
will-
bad. It still misses. My brain fell apart. I'm sorry. This one here is going to make a... Can
Strength
it
check.
get out? Is it strength to like...
Yeah.
It's to pry
DC
them?
13 strength.
Mhm.
DC 13 strength check. If they fail, they take a damage.
Yeah, I just don't know if a creature without hands or something can pry a bear trap off.
Yeah.
I don't think it does. Unless it can like rip its foot off. Maybe with a successful check it can rip its own foot off. And just like power through. I like that. We'll give it a strength check.
If the big creature could escape, then how would they ever get bears? You know?
Yeah. 13 is a success or a fail?
That's success. It is the DC.
Go ahead and roll me D8 damage on this creature. 3. It takes 3 points of damage. You see it like strain and struggle, and it rips and tears, and its like whole foot and part of its like leg could just get like ripped and snapped and broken off in this trap, and it lumbers forward injured and lazily. I'll reduce its movement. 5, 10, 15. And it cannot move any farther forward, but it comes for you, Seam. This one here will take no action this turn. And that is their turn. Excellent. Seam, you see this like injured thing limping along on 3 legs, growling low and angrily towards you. What do?
Poor creature. I transfer Hunter's Mark. 21.
That'll hit.
7 plus... Mark 4. There we go. 12 damage.
12 damage. You bloody the creature, but it is not dead and continues its slow, painful march towards you.
Well, let's go ahead and go right here then. 1 second. 1. Yeah, let's go right here. Let's go right here then.
All right.
We'll just get just out of range, and that'll be my turn.
All right. You hide behind your steeds. Excellent. Darian, you have successfully survived with a great defense. What do?
As Darian has been fighting these wolves or wolf-like creatures, it occurs to him that this larger one is behaving as if perhaps it was a mother wolf teaching its young how to hunt. Can I make an insight check to kind of confirm that vibe I'm getting?
You can consider that to be your truth. I don't think an insight check is going to matter here. You will note that these are not juvenile creatures. They are full grown.
Okay. Gotcha. In that case, how wounded does the one in front of me look?
The one in front of you has 1 HP left. It is all but dead.
Okay. I will continue smashing at it with the flail and say,
Excellent.
down!
Down, beast! Unfortunately, your flail does not find its mark.
Yep.
All right.
And then I will look over to my friend Butcher. Finish it!
All right, Butcher. You are told to finish this creature. It's on its last legs. What do?
I'm going to attempt to live up to my allies' expectations, and I'm going to bring my great axe down on its head.
All right. With a 25, you bring your great axe down, and you slay this creature. It falls dead at your feet. Excellent.
And then I'm going to make my way over here to this one, and end my turn.
All right, you end your turn. Cardane, you are behind this rock. You've seen Butcher slay another creature. There's one left that has like ripped off its own leg. What do?
I'm gonna look at this thing in horror. Some foul madness possesses these black creatures. I'm gonna look to the horses, which are directly in its path. Could I like mount a horse and shoot? Would that be possible?
Yes. Mounting a horse requires half of your own movement.
Alright, so I'm gonna go 1, 2. That's what 15 feet. Mount my horse. Take a shot at this creature. Should keep my sheet open, shouldn't I?
You shot a 10. No, your arrow goes wide. Perhaps getting on the horse was more distracting than you realized, and you miss your shot at the wolf.
I'm gonna ride back down here on my horse.
All right, excellent. And that ends your turn. Now it is the wolf's turn. This one here is going to move first. And it is going to move past Butcher and provoke an attack of opportunity.
All right, I'll take it.
All right. You crit it.
For
Protect
18.
the horses.
You murder it, and it falls dead in front of you. Excellent. When that happens, this creature looks at the scene in front of it, raises its head to the moon, and unleashes a chilling howl, deep and long, and it resonates down your spine, sending goosebumps across them. And you see, to your horror in front of you, as each of these slain creatures lose their flesh and their fur, and in their place rise skeletal wolf creatures, building themselves up from the bones, and be like once again staring you now with those empty sockets of their skeletal canine eyes, and they look angry and hungry. Seem, you're with all the horses. You see the dead bodies of these creatures melt away, become skeletal, and stand back up. What do you do?
I shout that we need to kill the big one. Like we fought these creatures before. We saw them skeletalized. I think this may be the source of it, or at least a conduit for it. I transfer my hunter's mark to the large, and I take a shot.
All right, please roll to hit.
13?
13 is not enough. Your arrow flies true, but it seems to like lodge itself deep into this like thick, coarse fur of the creature. Does not seem to produce any damage.
Yeah.
Did you get a bonus for it being trapped in the thing?
No.
Not for this creature.
Okay.
All right.
Wait, I'm gonna go ahead and hop on a horse and move it down with me,
Okay.
and not quite touch the trap.
Smart.
I don't know why they did that, but somebody said it was important.
As you hop on the horse and Darian sees these wolves skeletalize and come back to life, he says, somewhat hesitantly, "Friends, perhaps, do we really fight these undead monstrosities? Who knows what might rise next? Perhaps it's time to leave. We have nothing to gain from killing these things again and again and again for days on end."
Kill the big one.
All right, for honor.
Fight on, brave knight.
All right,
Fight
Darian.
on.
You are told to
Well
fight
done,
on. Cardane is giving you a rousing speech from the top of his horse. What do you do?
Darian fights on majestically and aggressively, but mechanically he takes a dodge action.
All right. Butcher, you've seen the things you've slain rise up and become skeletal in nature. What do you do?
I think this is probably the most terrifying sight that Butcher's seen out here in the mists. But he's not going to turn tail and run here. Especially not seeing the paladin hold his ground. He's going to attempt to swing his axe, aiming for the skull of this skeletal beast in front of him.
All right, please roll to hit.
18?
The 18 will hit for 9 slashing damage. All right, that is 9 here. The axe slices through, and you see it cleanly take through bones like butter. Where your axe cleaves through it, the bones fall and crack and splinter into dust, where they've been taken away from the body, and it is now like lesser of form than it was before. but still some foul magic animates it in front of you.
That's the end of my turn.
Excellent. Cardane, you see this happening as a butcher cleaved through it. There are 4 skeletal wolves around some of your party members. What do you do?
Yeah, so what's the movement of a horse again? Does someone know that offhand?
The movement of a horse is, a riding horse is 60 feet.
It's probably at least lightly encumbered, so it's probably 50.
If it's lightly encumbered, yes, so it's a riding horse, it doesn't matter. Yeah, so 50 if it's lightly encumbered.
Yeah, I'm gonna move myself over here and take a shot at the big one. He was Cole.
Absolutely. You fire away at the big one. Go ahead and roll to hit. The 25 will do it. For 10 piercing damage, it snarls and turns, looking you square in the eye as it does so. Less out of pain than like anger or frustration as you lock eyes with the beast. Excellent. It becomes their turn. We'll deal with the small ones first as we have been. This one here is going to leave your reach. Would you like to make an attack of opportunity, Darian? You are definitely muted. I'm sorry.
Yes, I apologize. Yes, Darren will swing mightily at this foul creature attempting to attack his friend.
All right. Go ahead and roll to hit for me. Oh, the 9 is not enough. Your flail is too slow during your many dodges. And the creature rides 15, up to Seam on top of his mighty horse. It leaps up with its skeletal jaws and attempts to bite at you. For a 21. Yeah. That'll do it. And it will roll 9 points of damage as its skeletal jaws bite into your flesh, ripping into you. All right. This one here will take a bite at. This one here will bite at the dancing Darian. And it... Man, roll 20 is slow tonight. It rolls a 7. It does not strike you. These two will close onto Butcher. The first with a 6. And the second with a 22. I believe that'll get you. And you will take 7 points of damage from its skeletal jaws. This big one here is going to attempt to finally escape from its bear trap, and doesn't succeed.
Takes 1 point of damage.
It takes 1 point of damage. Thank you. Excellent. And Seam, it is your turn. What do you do?
My horse takes the disengage action.
Okay.
And it's gonna back up, and it has 50 feet of movement, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, like 50 should be about here. And then taking another shot at the big guy.
All right. You are racing to the south. Go ahead and roll to hit for me.
Another 12.
Another 12. No, that is not enough. You are unable to... even though your arrow flies true, you are unable to wound the creature. Darian, this thing has been trying to bite you. What do you do?
As he sees his friends get on horses and start riding around, and he says, Are you retreating, friends, or merely heroically repositioning?
The sun.
We
of course. Why would I think otherwise? I'm sorry, friend. I could not hear you over the din of battle. Louder, please.
Hold fast, Sir Knight, as it's sort of like disappearing into the distance.
Yes. Hold fast, fear not. And he dodge action. Continues fighting bravely.
All right.
But smartly.
You continue fighting bravely with your dodge action. Butcher, you are surrounded by 2 of these skeletal creatures. What do you do?
I'm gonna keep doing what I was doing. I'm gonna take that one that I hit before, and I'm gonna make another swing. Maybe try to crush like its shoulder or something like that.
Absolutely.
16.
The 16 will hit.
Oh, sorry, that's actually a 15. I actually included it in my.
Oh, you included the +1. Very nice. The 15 will hit. For 17 slashing damage. You see this thing just dissipate in front of your eyes. The bones fall and crumble and turn to ash and dust as it falls into nothingness.
And I will reposition myself down over here and end my turn.
All right, excellent. Cardane, you are riding past this large wolf as it stares hatefully into your eyes. What do you do?
Shoot it again.
The 16 will hit this. Yeah, exactly. Will hit this creature for 5 piercing damage. 2, 4.
I'm gonna move out. I'm guessing I can get like there.
All right. You ride 50 feet further into the tall grass. Excellent. The wolf's turn. So this wolf here will make 2 bites at our friend, the dancing Darian, with a 12. Will that hit you?
No.
Excellent.
Darian blocks it. He sees the creature going first. Oh, stops it.
This one here will attack Butcher with a 22.
Absolutely.
All right. And it will deal another 5 points of damage to you this round. This one here...
Butcher stumbles back, being gravely injured here. But still up.
Still up, but gravely injured. This one here has a choice.
Hold fast.
It could try to kill Darian. It could try to kill Butcher. It could try to eat a tasty horse, or it could chase after Seam.
I mock it thoroughly.
You mock it thoroughly. Can you give me an intimidation check to see if it will come towards your mocking?
Well, I'd like to mention whilst it's doing that, there's also this very tasty-looking metal contraption right next to it.
It really wants to go into that contraption, huh?
No.
No, it ignores your mocking and will instead... Ooh, it will instead go after this guy here. Good old Darian, and will attempt to bite you with a 20 this time. I think that will hit you. You will take 11 points of damage as you are bit by the skeletal figure behind you.
Yeah, Darian can fight off one of these things, but 2, Darian goes down.
All right, Darian, you are down. Seam, you see this creature decide to bite Darian in the ass, and he goes down. What will you do?
You know, as luck would have it, I have a single good berry left.
Ooh.
Ah, damn you, brave knight. Let's see, how far am I? Let's see. Maybe 5, 10, 45 feet. Yeah, the horse is going to still take the disengage action. It's going to move 5 feet here. I'm going 45 feet here. He's going to Seam's going to feed him a good berry, which will give him 1 HP.
All right, I'm gonna need you to dismount your horse to get down and feed him the good berry.
Problem.
All right,
not a problem.
Excellent. You dismount and feed him a good berry. Darian, Your eyes pop open. You have 1 HP. Excellent. It's your turn.
Thank you.
Wait a second. I have movement left.
You do. Yes, you have half your movement left.
I hop back on my horse the rest of my movement and use the 5 remaining feet to take a step back.
Okay, fair enough. I suppose that is by the rules, yes. Fine. I do feel like mounting a horse might involve some amount of attack of opportunity, but we'll revisit that another time. Darian,
I can make an acrobatics check for you.
Well, since you volunteered, why not?
I'll backflip upon my horse.
Oh God!
What are my
Looks
rolls?
like you volunteered yourself into an attack of opportunity.
That's fair.
The 6 will not hit you. All right, Darian, you've been given the berry of life. You're on your back with 1 HP, 2 skeletal beasts on either side of you. What do?
I shout out, friends, I can aid one of you by restoring some of your vitality. I look over to Butcher, gravely wounded. I look to myself, gravely wounded. I say, shall I continue fighting them off or perhaps aid you?
I think you should keep fighting.
Of course. Why would I ever ask? Onwards! And I continue fighting. Do either of these two look wounded?
As a skeleton, these have taken no damage.
Okay. We are going to move right here, still within range of both of them, to be next to my friend Seam, who has bravely helped me. And then I will continue fighting. But mechanically, I will take the dodge action.
Okay, you have taken the dodge action. Butcher, you've stumbled back, gravely wounded, but you have slain one of these skeletal shapes. What do?
I mean, there's another one next to me. I'm gonna bring up my great axe and try to cleave down on it.
All right.
Oof.
Ooh, a 10 will not, or a 9 will not get it done.
Still getting used to this axe. Nice.
Yeah. It's a little awkward. It's even bigger than a normal great axe. Like, it's really weird. All right.
That's the end of my turn.
Excellent. Cardane, you've ridden off into the deep grasses of the night. What do?
I'm going to attack this thing from the back this time. Does that make any difference?
You know what? It's locked in place. You're behind it. There's a whole battle going on in front of it. I'll give you advantage. Why not?
Oh, advantage. Roll another one. See if we get some crit.
Yeah. It was worth fishing for the crit. Go ahead and roll me some critical damage. 13.
Are you a rogue? Or what class are you?
I'm a fighter.
Okay. Somebody on the two.
Oh wow, you've actually done quite a bit to this creature. It is well bloodied at this point, stuck in its trap. And it is looking like it is ailing a fair bit.
Distant cry of hope is in sight tonight.
All right. And it is.
Yes, friends, keep attacking the creature. Sorry, quick.
And it is the warg's turns. We'll do the small ones first and then the large one again. Let's see. These two, I think they're going to split their attacks. One will continue fighting Darian. The other one will move up here to fight Seam. So we'll get a d20 plus 3 against Seam for a 20.
Yep.
That will hit for 7 points of damage.
Okay.
And then we will have this attack here for a 6 against Darian. It is not enough. And then a final attack against the injured Butcher. It critically hits you.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna go down.
All right.
I don't think there's any risk. Actually, no. If it rolls absolutely maximum damage, it might just outright kill me.
Okay. So we'll roll it. 17.
Nope.
Not enough. All right, Butcher, you fall unconscious and begin bleeding out. The great wolf here will make a strength check to unleash itself from its bonds. And succeeds. Go ahead and roll me some damage for that. Ooh. All right. It is alive, but it rips a bit of its flesh, leaving behind one of its hooves. Not hooves, claws, in the trap itself, and it begins to retreat as fast as it can go. Up this way, away from Cardane. All right, that is their turn. Seam, you see the creature retreating. What do you do?
For an hour, I have time. I take the disengage action with my horse.
Okay.
I move over to my friend Butcher. I hop off my horse and I feed him a health potion.
All right. You move over here with your horse. Oh,
yeah.
Sorry. Stolen from you.
Yes.
You dismount and you feed him a health potion. Go ahead and roll 2d6. No, 2d4 plus 1 HP, right?
2d4 plus 2.
2. There we go.
Is that right? I did right. Yeah. 7.
Excellent. Butcher, you arise from your bleeding out with 7 HP. Rife back in your lungs.
And then I'll, just to make sure, I'm going to move the rest of my movements over to this corner over here.
All right. The horse follows. Excellent. Well done, Seam. Darian, you have been left behind with 2 of these skeletal creatures again. What shall you do?
Darian has not been left behind. He is holding off the vanguard of wolves. As he sees his friend Butcher goes down, he says, "Hold fast!" And when Seam rescues him, he gives him a mighty fist pump in gratitude. Then continue dodging majestically. Fighting valiantly.
I like dodging majestically. I think it's a good one. All right. Butcher, you're back on your feet. Your HP restored to some extent, facing down one of these creatures. What will you do?
Yeah, I'll stand back up, and I will bring down my great axe, attempting once again to cleave it in twain.
All right. You critically strike this creature for 21 points of damage. And you do exactly as you say, slicing it in twain, watching its pieces fall away, turn to dust in front of you. Excellently done, Butcher.
And then I will come over to attempt to help my paladin friend.
Excellent. I see we have formed the conga line of death. Very good. Cardane, the large wolf has ripped itself free of the trap and is trying to limp away from you. What do you do?
I'm gonna pursue and shoot, of course. Loose arrows.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna loose arrows. Normal roll. For a 22.
The 22 will hit.
And 8 points of damage.
8 points of damage. 3, 13, 14, 19, 29, 32, 39, and 8 is 47. That is just enough. The Great Wolf is fleeing, and your arrow flies true, striking it in a vital organ along its haunches, and it falls and dies on the ground. Its blackish blood seeping out, lit by the starry night sky. As this creature falls, the bones of these animated creatures around you, Darian, fall and dismantle. They don't disappear the way they did when Butcher cut them, but they fall once again, being just the still bones of dead wolves in front of you. And the howling fields once again fall silent and still in the night.
Except for the victory shouts of Darian!
Except for the victory shouts of Darian.
Seam throws a shovel at him and tells him to start digging.
Careful, friend, I have but one hit point. If you throw a shovel at me, I might not get back up.
I'll ride up and with a look of like great pride on my face, I'll say, Darian, you're alive.
Yes, of course. We are all alive, friends. No mere wolves could best us, not with a Minotaur's blessing.
Sorry, I apologize real quick. Did you say that the bones disappeared, or did the bones just return to being bones?
The only bones that disappeared are the ones you cleaved in twain with your axe. The rest returned to being bones.
I'm going to do my best to crush these bones enough that I think that they wouldn't possibly be able to get back up as bones again.
Seaman really hopes you don't do that. He wants to give them a proper burial because they were twisted. They were creatures once. We should respect that.
Well, I think I do the first one probably before you get over to me. And
may my arrows be
you shot them into the night and the darkness. How many arrows did you shoot?
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay. You can recover. Oh wow! You can recover 7 of your 8 arrows. Apparently, you're really good at finding things.
I shot 6.
You shot 6. Oh, maybe you found all of Seam's arrows. Actually, Seam, you found 1.
No wonder.
More well maintained than they were before I shot them.
Mm-hmm.
Was the alpha still? Is the body still there?
As you inspect the larger great wolf, you will see that as the stars and the moonlight touches it, the fur and flesh melt away in a very familiar way to you, leaving behind just the skeletal remains of the great creature on the ground.
I'd like to take a prominent tooth from it.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then I think with the assistance of my party, bury them and give it proper rest. Once again, praying to the goddess of the night to help lay her creatures to rest.
I'm gonna try to take the head myself. He takes the tooth. No. He puts the rest of the head down and walk over and lug off their head and carry it over to the horse.
What are you doing?
A trophy, Cobb. Look at this creature.
How are we going to carry that with us? That must weigh tens of pounds.
Well, we have horses and what's that? A caramel or something?
Would you rather a trophy or riches?
Honor.
Riches. I'll sort of drop the skull. Tell me more.
We are going to kill bandits. They have been robbing people here for weeks on end. I can only imagine a great bit of wealth will be left there. If we are to be able to carry it all back, we will need to cut back on extravagancies of weight where we can. That's why I've learned the way to cast Goodberry to cut down on the weight we need to carry for food.
I'll sigh. Yeah. Kick the skull over. And I agree with you. Let us be on then.
Seam will respectfully put the skull back where it is meant to be and then bury these creatures.
If by on you mean back to sleep, I think that's a great idea.
We collect the traps and everything as well.
All right. Seam, you said that you said a prayer to the goddess of the night as you laid these bones to rest. While you are saying that prayer, give me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay. Am I familiar with this? I have experienced a vision of hers before. I've prayed to her several times now. Am I familiar with the ritual?
Maybe. You probably are expecting some amount of interaction.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Okay, well, here.
Is this
Ooh, there you go.
Auto?
All right. You are met with a baneful look. You can just feel the eyes of the night upon you. They are angry, and your mind is washed over to a tall tower, crowned in a set of horns, rising from the plains and the fields of grass. Around it lie the dead, skeletons, bones, graves, and they are restless, and they rise, and they claw, and you are given this vision, and you can feel the beat of that hate coming from pulsating from the heart of this horned tower, and as you are caught in this trance, time passes. The rest of the party, you see seem go kneel and pray, and you give him some space for a while, but after a good half hour or so, you realize that he's just in a trance, or just moving, no movement, no anything, just this silent stare.
He seemed very upset when I disturbed him last time, so maybe we just leave him alone?
Darian so far has spent the time actually tending to the horses, the mule, and the camel. Make sure they weren't too spooked or injured in the wolf attack or the skeleton attack. And then afterwards, seeing Seam in this trance, he just kind of walks out in front of him, kind of waves a torch back and forth a little bit, see if there's any reaction from him. Does he look distressed at all, or does he just look like he's in a trance?
It looks more like the latter. It doesn't look like he's in distress or pain. It just looks like he's not there.
Okay. In that case, I sort of close my eyes and say softly, but directing the thoughts to Seam, hold fast, friend. Stay strong. Hold fast. And I know that'll go.
Darian, I think you said you had some healing capabilities, but don't you see that your shoulder is just holding on by a string right now? Might you consider using some of that?
Oh, it's just a flesh wound.
Seam, an hour passes in your trance. Make me another wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay.
By this time, Butcher's gone back to sleep.
Oh no.
Yeah. I'll just lay on my hands, lay myself for 4.
Okay. Yeah, you heal yourself for 4. Absolutely. Seam, you are around the trance long enough that you feel your own energies being pulled into the beat of this dark tower, as the kind of baleful energy does. I am going to make a roll here. I'll roll it in this. Not that window. In my window. You will suffer a penalty of 3 to your physical stats until such time as the curse of this tower is lifted from you. Your strength, your dexterity, your constitution is drained by the night as you feel it being pulled into this tower. And you finally are pulled awake after this hours of trance.
Okay. I understand.
All right.
I would like to. I think I have enough materials now. I have been creating a fan, a token of my appreciation, if nothing else. And I use the materials I have on hand: this fang from this creature that I've slain, the feathers from the vultures, some black onyx stones that were found, a few other items, and I craft this fan. And I simply walk out into a spot where the moon shines particularly bright, and I leave it there. And I return and commit to completing this task.
Okay. You actually get a sense of this being well received. As you place the fan down, you feel as if this gesture has been appreciated.
Okay. Sounds good. And I need to talk to the party. But that can wait till the morning.
All right. So, the rest of the night will pass uneventfully. Each of you ate good berries throughout the day and filled your water skins. So I'm not too worried about that. Let us roll foraging for the pack animals to see if they had an opportunity. Oh, no, actually, you went at a fast speed. So you don't actually get to roll foraging.
We kept enough good berries for the pack animals as well.
Oh,
I counted
you
for that.
wanted to feed good berries to the pack animals. How do I feel about this?
Feeds one creature. Does not specify.
Yeah, that seems fair to me. I think that is exactly how it's worded. All right. Yeah. So you good berry and you feed your animals. You filled up your water, so I'm not worried about that. Excellent. We will skip past the foraging then for now. You have completed a night's rest, so you can use any number of hit points available to you in your or hit dice available to you in your pool to regain HP. You are entitled to any class features or spell slots that recover during a long rest in the PHB. And then at the end of your rest, you can recover 1/2 of your total hit dice pool rounded up to use in the next day. While you all are doing HP, Butcher, you have spent a night with your magical great axe.
I was about to mention that.
You have in your hands a +1 great axe of the Minotaur. It is +1 to hitting damage. If you have strength less than 18, it will set your strength to 18 while you hold it. And once per day, you may do a Minotaur's charge. Your movement speed will double while you expend this use of the Great Axe, and will add a +3 to your roll to hit. And any hit will do double damage dice on the creature.
Can you send that to me?
Yes. Let me. Do you need that today, or can I get it to you between sessions?
I'd prefer it today.
Okay.
I think we're probably at about break time anyway.
Yeah. You know what? We are at about 8. Why don't we go ahead and take a break here, and then we will come back on the other side on our way to the monastery, and I will get you that information from my notes. Excellent. We will be back in about 5 minutes, y'all.
Papa.
And we are back for round 2, Beyond the Mist. I have sent details of magic items. You have all had a chance to heal. We are on the morning of day 2, out in the Howling Fields. Seem, are you still playing the role of navigator for us today?
Yeah.
Why don't you give me a intended route for you to take today and the pace that you would like to go.
How quickly are we traveling? How close are we about? Do I feel?
Have you been to the monastery before?
I've been in the area because we had to go past it to get to the mansion. So you know the general area of it. I had a gauge.
You feel like you are easily within 1 day's travel to the mansion.
Easily, okay. If that's the case, then it's nearby. We'll go ahead and keep going towards the monastery, and we'll take it at a normal pace.
All right, a normal's pace it is. I will go ahead and roll some encounters up here. While I do that, why don't you all tell me what the day is like as you begin traveling at your slow pace. Oh, actually, before that, I need a navigation roll. Yeah, with advantage.
Fantastic.
DC for the Howling Fields is... Actually, I don't remember. Let me look it up for you.
Is it normally at advantage, or is it because
you're at a slow pace with an outlander?
I was gonna say normal pace. Oh, is that same thing?
Oh, did you say normal pace? I thought you said slow.
I was saying normal pace.
You're an outlander, though, correct?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
You still get advantage.
Yeah. Just want to make sure mechanically.
Your DC for the Howling Field is still 10 for navigation.
Okay.
Which you pass with flying colors this time.
Yep.
Excellent. You begin navigating your way generally in the direction of the old monastery. Yep. What is your travel like here after your harrowing encounter in the night and your first day's worth of trekking through the Howling Fields? How does the party feel and travel?
It is much the same as the previous day. I'd say we were feeling pretty good. Darren's feeling pretty good. We got a little banged up from the wolves, but we took a nice rest. We're all feeling good. We still have the Minotaur's blessing with us, and we march onwards to vanquish these scummy bandits.
Yeah.
Butcher's wounds are still healing, and that was a very intense fight where multiple people got very close to dying. The Butcher feels a little less confident than he had before they had bedded down for the night.
Okay.
Did you want to save the axe in the morning, or are we saving that for later?
I was going to do it tomorrow, probably.
Cool.
All right. As the party licks their wounds and heads out into the day, it is Butcher this time who notices a strange thing happening in the Howling Fields around them. You are watching some small animals making their way through the long grasses when they seem to blink or teleport or move, and they're no longer where they were, and they're now moving through the grass some distance away, farther, 30, 60 feet. You begin watching this and you get the feeling that there's more than one of these creatures, at least a few, and they seem to be generally in the area in which you're heading towards, rifling their way quickly through the tall grasses before suddenly the signs of them stop, and then they appear somewhere farther along, making their way through the tall grasses.
Are they large creatures or smaller creatures?
They seem to be hidden by the long grasses themselves. What you're really seeing is the trails they're making as they make their way through. Go ahead and give me a perception check as you look at these things and try to get sign of them. With a 19, you do catch sight of them from time to time. They appear to be dog-like creatures as they're rushing their way through the tall grasses, and then you actually see one just kind of stopped being where it was, and now it's some distance away, making its tracks through the tall grasses.
Friends, there's some sort of strange pack of dogs here that seem to suddenly be somewhere where they weren't. Maybe we should avoid them, or seem scary. I don't know. What do you guys think?
If they seem to
You're
be
certain
moving,
they are not cool.
then perhaps we should be moving where they are. In that way, we will be moving where they're not. You follow me?
Smart.
I mean, we could probably
If
just
the
outrun
creatures
them.
change place, they're not where they seem, then we should be where they seem to be, and then they will not be there.
You know, we can probably just outpace them. We are quite fast.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Maybe we curve out a little bit, since they're in front of us already.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we have to curve out away from them and try to get past them.
All right. So you're going to curve out away from them. Are you trying to simply outpace them with the speed of your horses, or are you trying to, like, hide from them, like be out of notice from them some distance away as you make your way around them?
I have a 4 to stealth.
I feel like we probably... Yeah. They seem to be going somewhere. They seem to have some sort of intent. Let them do their thing and just move off to the side.
All right. Whoever has the highest stealth, go ahead and give me a stealth check here against these blinking dog creatures.
Nobody can beat 4, right?
I'm a +6.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, staff will do that. Have fun.
Oh, you begin making your way through the tall grasses, but it seems that these creatures, at least some of them, have caught sight of you. Oh, and 4 of them begin making their way through the tall grasses, rushing up to you. You put on a bit of speed, but it is too late. And 4, like, large-sized dogs, with this kind of, like, fuzziness to the air around them, all approach and surround your group, barking at you, looking like they want a little bit of adventure meat in their diet. Let's go ahead and roll into initiative here. I'm just going to keep it on paper, nice and old-fashioned, to keep it simple.
Sorry, I'm going to have to go 1 sec.
Oh, okay. Seam with a 4. Butcher with a 13. Darian with a 3. Very good. And I guess... Oh, are you back? No, he's still chatting.
Yeah. My dog just fell down the stairs.
Oh, no. Go ahead and
Yeah,
roll
I'll
into initiative for me here.
How do I do that? Last time I did it and it didn't have a token selected. So
Oh, don't worry
Nothing
about it. I'm
token.
just going to keep it on paper for this one. We'll deal with that another time. 19, very good. Okay, so the first to react is actually Cardane. These creatures like surround your party as you tried to get around them. What do you do?
Can horses like kick out and sort of burst through?
If you had a war horse or something, it could attack for you. But these riding horses are not trained to participate in battle.
I say we just keep going. I don't see the point in fighting these things. So I'm just gonna full pace counter forwards.
All right, you full pace counter forwards. You try to just ride past one of these creatures. It will go ahead and make a bite at you as on the way by. It bites into your leg, like leaping up at you as you go by for a 19. Will that hit you?
I will.
All right. It does 7 piercing damage to you as you ride by. You ride your 60 feet or 120 feet. Do you double move with the horse? What is the plan there?
100 feet, I think.
I'm sorry, how many feet?
100.
120 feet. You double move with your horse, riding at a full gallop away from the rest of the group. Excellent. That brings us around to the dogs, actually. The three that are remaining will go one to each of the rest of you and attempt to bite and drag at you at your saddles. The first will leap up with a 16 at Butcher. Will that hit you?
Yep.
All right, Butcher, you take 2 points of piercing damage. The next at Darian will be a 6. And the next at... a 20. I believe that will hit you, Seam.
Yeah.
Seam, you take 7 piercing damage from the bite of the dog. Cardane, you're rushing away from this, feeling like you've probably gotten away. And you look behind you, you see the dog begin to chase after you. And after it makes some amount of distance, it just blinks. And it teleports right in front of where you are. And after its teleport... it actually has moved. It had to move quite a bit of distance before its teleport could get it in range. But it teleports right next to you, unable to make its bite attack. Excellent. That brings us to Butcher. You've seen Cardane ride off, but get chased down by these blinking dogs. One of them has bitten you. What do you do?
I think I would be fairly near the rest of them. Would I be able to? Well, I guess my horse can take the disengage action anyway, so that's not a big deal. So I'll move over and I will attack the one that attacked Seam.
All right. Go ahead and roll to hit for me. The 26 will in fact hit.
Only the 17 damage, unfortunately.
Only the 17 damage. Your 17 damage. Will it kill this? No, it doesn't quite. It doesn't quite kill it. But it takes a fair bit off of it. It is bloodied and low on health. Excellent.
That's my turn.
All right. Seam, you are the next to move. Butcher's ridden over to attack the dog that bit you. What do you do?
I will take the my horse will disengage. It'll
Okay.
back up. How bloody is this creature? Is it looking?
It is bloodied.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take a step back.
Mm-hmm.
With a disengage, get a couple of feet between us, and take a longbow shot.
All right. You shoot from the back of your horse. Dealing 10 more points of damage.
No, only rolled a 10. Didn't roll damage.
Oh.
Does not
right. The 10 actually does not hit.
No.
Armor class 13.
And yeah, he's gonna keep moving a little bit more. He's gonna
Okay.
use the rest of the move to get 50 to get out distance a little bit.
You try to outdistance it a little bit. All right. That is your turn. Darian, you're the next to move. What do you do?
All right. Darian will follow suit with his brave friends. He will swing down upon these strange teleporting dogs,
Mm-hmm.
and then his horse will disengage and ride away.
All right. Go ahead and
I
roll
believe
to hit.
I'm not used to mounted combat, so but I think we're gonna try that. Hey, we'll hit. Fantastic.
Nice. Go ahead
Right?
and roll me some damage. 2 bludgeoning damage. Very nice. It takes 2 points of damage, barks at you, rah, 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 and your horse disengages and you run and you ride 50 feet away.
You said that we were all kind of close together. Am I able to? Is only one near me, or is the one attacking Butcher also nearby?
They
don't
kind
recall
of circled
if I
around you, but you're in the general vicinity of each other.
Okay. If I could have attacked the same one, I would have. But if not, then it's fine. I'll just say.
Oh yeah. You can attack the same one the Butcher attacked. That's fine, and then you ride away. Okay, cool. It is still not dead, however. Okay. Excellent. Cardane, you are now face to face with this dog that bit you. It just blinked in front of you. What do you do?
Yeah, I guess seeing that my companions have elected to fight these creatures, the horse can disengage, but I can still make my action, right?
Yeah. The horse can use its action to disengage, and then you still have your action as you ride it.
The horse will disengage. I'm gonna wheel around, and so there was a wounded dog. I'm gonna shoot at that one.
All right, you ride your distance back towards the party, and you shoot at the wounded dog. Go ahead and roll to hit. 19 will do it.
And a 8 damage.
And your arrow strikes true, slaying the dog that had bit Seam. Very nicely done. All right.
Speaking of dogs, I just need to check on my dog too.
Okay, yeah, go check on your dog. Excellent. That brings us to the dog's turn. We'll deal with the ones that are not on Cardane first. So one of them had bitten on Darian, and before you rode away, the dog is actually going to just teleport. It blinks towards you, suddenly appearing right beside you, and then launching itself up at you with a mighty bite. For a 20. I believe that'll hit you, Darian.
Just to confirm, does it blink enough, like 50 feet? Does it have enough like blinkage to get there?
It can move up to 40 feet and then blink another 40 feet. So yes, it can.
Cool. Yep. And it bites me.
All right. It does 4 points of piercing damage on the bite. The other one is still kind of within range of Butcher, and it will walk up to attack you with a 9. I don't believe that'll hit you. And Cardane is not back, so we will, I guess, hold off on this one. No.
Back now.
He's back now. All right, Cardane, it is the last dog of the round. It is going to chase after you on foot. I actually should have rolled this before.
By the way,
it chases back after you on foot, but it does not recharge its teleportation, so it does not get a chance to bite you. Butcher, you are the next to move. You are facing down with this dog, trying desperately to bite at your ankles. What do you do?
I think, I will disengage, my horse will, that is, and I will run over to the one attacking Darian and swing at it.
Okay, please give me a roll to hit. 23 will do it. For 10 points of damage. Excellent. You have wounded the creature in front of Darian. Seam, the one that bit you is now dead. What do you do?
I'll follow Butcher's lead and take a shot.
All right.
12?
12 is one short of 13. You missed. It was in one place, and then it just wasn't. And then your arrow missed its mark. Unfortunate.
He's still getting used to the new stats, I understand.
Yeah. Darian, you are being attacked by one of these dogs. Butcher's ridden up to try to strike it. What do you do?
I will bring down my flail upon its head.
All right. No, you're unable to find a purchase on it. Excellent.
I will. Can I direct my camel to attack?
No, you do not have a combat camel. I'm sorry. Excellent.
Okay.
Cardane, it is.
You said Butcher. Sorry, you said Butcher rode up. Seam and Cardane is still riding around separately, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I will stay here with Butcher and we will fight together.
Excellent. Cardane, it is your turn. You see that you have killed the previously wounded dog, but the one that was biting at you is chasing down after you. What do you do?
My horse is making full speed, sort of curving movements. Also, I'm turning longbow and firing at the not the one that chases me. I think
Okay.
the one that is attacking Darian and Butcher.
Okay, absolutely. Go ahead and roll to hit.
No, not that one.
The 23, much better. That will hit. For 9 more points of
Shot.
damage, you bloody the creature in front of Darian. But
Why do you pursue us so? As I run.
excellent. And that is your turn. It is the doggo's turns. All right. The one behind you, Cardane, it chases and chases after you. Let's see if it recharges. It does not recharge its teleportation. Your horse begins to leave it kind of in the dust. You're gaining a lot of ground off of the one chasing after you. The one in front of Darian will attempt to... Oh, I should roll 20, eh? Will attempt to bite at you once again. This time with a 19.
That hits.
For 4 more piercing damage. Butcher had ridden off to find you, so this creature is going to use its teleportation ability to jump over towards Butcher and bite at you with a 16.
Yep.
All right. The dog sinks its teeth in for 7 more points of damage. And that is their round. Butcher, you've been bitten. What do you do?
I'm still focused on the one that was attacking Darian. I'm gonna bring my great axe down off of my horse and try to get it as it's leaping up at him.
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll me the hit. That
16.
will do it. For 15, so that you slice it in twain, it is very dead. Very, very dead. Excellent.
Good strike, friends.
Seam, you see Butcher cut one of these teleporting dogs.
Hold on just a sec.
Yes.
I do want to take my second wind at this point.
Absolutely. Oh, nice roll. 10 more HP. Seam, you see Butcher slice one of these dogs in twain. What do you do?
There's no other injured ones, correct?
No other injured ones, no.
Let's hit the one on Darian.
All right.
19.
19 will do it. For 4
4.
points of damage. Absolutely. Excellent. Well done. Cardane, what do you got? What are you doing?
Also, I think me and me and Seam are sort of like circling on opposite.
Sorry, I think my turn was after Seams.
Your turn is after Seams. I'm sorry. Darian, what do you do? I'll get back to you, Cardane.
No problem.
How many of these dogs are left? The one
2.
on me and the one... Okay, perfect. I will... We're going to continue attacking it bravely
All right.
and dodging.
All right, you take the dodge action. Very nice. All right, Cardane, we return to you. What were you saying?
Yeah, I'm firing at the one on Darian once more.
All right.
Uh,
Ooh. Your longbow
The
shot
one
goes
on-
wide.
The one
Perhaps
on
all
Darian
this
is
riding
dead.
around in a circle was too much for you.
There should be one on me and one on you,
Correct.
I think. Right?
You rode up next to Darian, so they're in kind of the same place. But yes, that is the more correct way. All right, excellent. Doggo's turn. The one chasing our friend Cardane around is losing ground, but this time recharges its teleport. It moves its full movement and teleports. Cardane, it is right in front of you, but it is unable to bite. The one next to Butcher will make its attack. With a 15.
Just misses.
Just misses. All right, the dog is unable to sink its teeth in. Which brings us to you. What do you do?
All right. I'll see that Cardane's doing an okay kiting that one over there, so I'll just try to take out this one on me.
Mm-hmm. 14 will hit. For 17, you do a lot of damage. This one got hit before. This one is dead. You slice it in twain with your mighty great axe. Well done.
And I will command my horse to head over towards where Cardane is fighting.
All right, you begin riding that way. Excellent. Seam. There's one dog left. It's chasing around Cardane as best as it can. What do you do?
I take my shot.
All right.
26.
That'll do it.
For 9 damage.
All right. Your arrow strikes true, wounding the dog in front of you. Darian, you've dodged gracefully. What do you do?
With the dog on me defeated, I thank Butcher and for his valiant work. And how far away is the other dog? The one that's chasing us?
He rode 120 feet away from you and then has been making this kind of like long, sweeping like ride across the plains back towards you. So I say we split the difference. It's probably like 80-ish feet or so.
Okay, perfect. I will instruct Theodore onwards. And Theodore will move forward majestically. I will pull a javelin from my back and hurl it at this blink dog.
Excellent. Go ahead and roll to hit. That'll do it.
Mighty hits.
For 3 points of damage, but you do bloody the creature, which is nice. Excellent. Cardane,
Okay, so
what do you do? I'm sorry.
then a warhorse. It's not a warhorse, so it doesn't attack, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But warhorse or no, if you teleport in front of a charging horse going full speed, you're gonna get hit by some hooves. Am I right?
Okay. So you want this dog to make some kind of save against your horse? I don't mind that. I think that's reasonable. Let us. What do you think? Dexterity seems right to me. We'll make a dex save. We'll call it DC 15. That seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Oh, the dog is able to dance out of the way and around the hooves of your creature, of your horse, keeping pace with you.
Horse jumps over this dog, and I'm gonna shoot down at it.
Okay. Oh, the 12 just missing. Your arrow striking into the ground where it once was.
Don't try and shoot an arrow whilst your horse is jumping.
It's bad. All right. That's your turn?
That is, I think. I mean, I'll be moving forwards.
You move forwards. Okay, so your horse disengages essentially and moves the rest of its movement. Excellent. The dog's turn. It does not recharge its teleport. It moves 80 feet, keeping pace with your horse, nipping at its ankles and whatnot, but unable to do its bite attack. Butcher, what do you do?
All right, I'm gonna come up on this last one, and I'm gonna swing down my great axe.
Yeah, second round of riding will bring you up to it, and you hit with your great axe for 9 slashing damage. 18, 30, 21. Yes, you just kill it. Not a single damage spared. But the blink dog dies, and you are once again left unmolested in the Howling Fields.
Good fight, friends.
Why do these creatures keep swarming us and attack with such ferocity, even as their companions are slain around their feet? They fight on.
Greg, just out of curiosity, what time of day is it right now?
You are in the late morning, going towards noon.
Friends, what do you say that we make lunch here and take a bit of a load off?
We have been riding quite a bit. I would not mind taking a short rest.
As you
Short
wish.
rest.
All right. Short rest it is. You spend 10 minutes, prepare yourself some lunch, eat some rations, whatever it may be, and you are entitled to recovering any of your class features or spells tied to a short rest in the player's handbook. And you may spend any number of hit dice up to 1/2 of your total hit dice pool, rounded up, to regain HP as needed.
10. Regain 5.
All right.
I will be 7. 5, 11.
Ice full heal. I like it.
Very good.
Yeah. So I will take the opportunity, seeing as we had some close calls this last fight, to go and cast Goodberry now. We have enough for all of our animals, and in addition to Brooke, who has food for their animals for the day? Who actually has like food?
I do have food on my.
Can animals eat human food? Can horses eat? Yeah, I've got food for my horse.
If we do food for the horses, for the animals, we'll have enough that everybody can hold a couple berries in case somebody goes down.
So feed is technically a different thing than the rations. There'll be, I think, like 10 pounds of feed for a day's worth of a pack animal.
If you give Butcher his now, he'll eat it immediately and regain a hit point.
Yeah, I'll give you yours now. And everybody can eat their one, and we can have 6 left over as backups. And we can have our ranged guy, we can have our close-in guys hold on to. The ranged guys can each have 1, and each of the upfront fighters can have 2.
All right, sounds good.
So everybody can regain 1, and then everybody has 1 good berry except for Butcher and Darian. They each have 2. And so you can use those to put somebody up with an action.
And I will use 10 pounds of feed for my camel. Does anyone else need some?
Well,
feed
we're
for
not
their,
at that point yet. We can still
we
find
can
food
wait.
for them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It lasts 24 hours, so if we somehow don't need to use it till the next day, we can eat it as tomorrow's food.
Okay. Your short rest comes to an end. You spend some time. It's basically coming to noon as we speak. Do you continue onward towards the monastery? What's the party's plan after this encounter?
Yeah.
All right. It isn't long after the noonday sun reaches its full that you ride yourself far enough that you see rising in front of you the old abandoned monastery. And I will attempt to read some text on it, I suppose. It's a good idea. You see, rising from the plains, a large building of wood and stone, 60 feet wide and twice that in length. What was once a gorgeous monasterial architecture now is ruined and scarred by time. Patches of timber ceiling have caved inwards, adding a strange slouching character to the building. The arches and stonework that adorn the walls and windows are cracked, crumbling, and worn. Nonetheless, it stands. There is a large double-door entrance to the monastery, and there are 2 gargoyles on either side, though it appears that no one stands watch as someone who has been here before or has listened to tales in the tavern may remember there being.
Okay.
So they've already changed their tactics. That's not too surprising. We knew that was quite likely as they changed it between the last 2 stories, I heard.
Seems like it.
I'm going to suggest that we bunker down here and just wait for a while. Just wait, take the rest of this day, just observe the comings and goings from the monastery.
I think that'd be a good idea, and we can set up the in a nearby area of high grass. We can set up some traps to possibly lead them into an ambush.
All right, so you're going to spend some time setting up traps. It doesn't take too long. What is the nature of the traps that you set up? Describe where you place them, how you intend them to function. What are these traps like?
So, is there nearby like a field of tall grass?
Yeah, so the way the monastery has been described before is that the tall grass is kind of in like a large kind of patch of it, where it comes up almost 60 feet or so to the front of the monastery, in a like near circle, or at least circular enough around it. And then that 60 feet is small, like low grass, almost like a lawn, leading up to the base of the monastery itself.
Yeah. So we're a bit farther out, right? We're not quite into stone's throw. So we're going to look for an area of longer grass. And in that, we want to set up, find like some bushes or rocks, something that's easy identifiable from horseback. And we're going to set that as a path through these this field as a guiding point, or if we want to ride through it and not set the traps to go through. And then we need to enter space between there. Caltrops, some hunting traps, and then some pit traps.
Okay. What's the interval between?
Well, let's see. I think we space it out over, call it. We can probably have pit traps every 50, have it spaced out on either side of it every 30 feet, and then interspace between all of that will be caltrops and hunting traps. And the idea would be to have it where you can't go a straight line through everything. It would be follow it to this rock, then a diagonal to the next rock, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
So unless they're falling directly in the path I'm taking, they're going to fall into something.
Okay. You spend a good amount of time on this, digging out pit traps, setting your bear traps, making your path just right, finding
we have shovels.
Finding the stones. Yeah, you have the tools. I remember a shovel being thrown earlier. I think that you're... Wait, are you a ranger? What are you?
Yes.
Yes, that's what I thought. Your ranger abilities and training, and this is clearly a big part of your character, is the traps. I'm not going to make you roll to set this up, but it takes time. So over the course of, I'm going to say, that roll's long. I'm going to say an hour. You begin tracking out this path through the tall grass, using your signposts, finding what you need, digging out your pits, covering them up, placing your traps, letting the party know. I assume that you assist him with this to some degree, but beyond the assistance that Seam needs, during this hour, what do the rest of you do?
I'd like to hopefully keep at least one person watching the monastery, seeing if anybody comes or leaves at all times. Obviously, it can be whoever is resting. I think we only have 3 shovels anyway, so.
Okay.
Darian's not particularly strong, so if he sees that you 3 have shovels, he will stay and watch over the bandits. And occasionally he'll look back, and as the whole process goes on, he'll kind of ask Butcher and Seam, as they seem to be knowledgeable about these. Have you encountered these bandits before? Typically, bandits are scum of the earth, but you seem to have expected a warm welcome. You seem disappointed.
Well, what I know of them, I mostly have heard from tales. I've faced a few of their brutes in the field and defeated them, but I've never come to this place in particular, which appears to be their home. But I've heard tale of their strategies and how it moved and changed between attempts to complete the mission posted on the boards. So I know that someone in there is thinking about what's the right strategy? How do I defeat those that are coming to seek me out? So we should definitely not underestimate their intelligence, though the grunts, like I said, are maybe not the wisest.
Yeah.
I see, friends. Thank you for your insight. I shall keep a watchful eye and make sure they do not try to ambush us as we try to ambush them.
Yeah. And during all of this, I want to make sure we have locations for the rest of the party to be able to lie low so that they can be interspaced in this field so that they'll be able to pop up and make attacks as needed.
Away from the line of traps. Yes.
Yeah, it's like along the line somewhere. Like there's like a belt of a safe section,
Okay.
and they can be there like hiding in the grass to pop up to get to attack
Okay.
as we pass by.
Absolutely.
Yep, and then I think at that point we just discussed: do we want to try to lure them out now, or do we want to try to rest first? What would you like to do?
I think we should just spend a day to scout out and see, are there dozens of these people coming back at night? Are there, 5? Like, what's the deal? How many parties are they sending in and out in a day? I think that can be good information.
Yeah.
What I should be
That
doing
seems
is
wise.
raising the
Set up our
horses.
traps, then we see what happens.
What would you say in there?
I was saying what I'll be doing is grazing horses, getting them, there's plenty of long grass around, giving them food from the meadows so they don't need to feed.
Perfect. Absolutely. You can find very nice grazing around here. This particular area is good for it. All right. You spend your time setting up this elaborate trap system, and you begin watching the monastery. During the afternoon that you spend doing this, one person leaves the double doors. They are wearing the black leather armor with the jackal insignia. It seems that they leave the door just kind of swinging open. They wander some distance out to the north, away from the building. You keep eyes on them, and they find a kind of big pit, and they uncover the top of it, and you see smoke kind of rise up out of it. Seems there's a big fire kind of charcoal pit that they have dug, and you smell the smell of cooked meat kind of waft up out of it. It is I don't know, probably smells okay. Smells good. Smells like it's cooking. He comes back with a big hunk, large. He's holding it in kind of like two hands. Whatever is in there, it seems to be substantial. And he brings it back into the monastery about bit afternoon into the early evening, and that is the only person that you see enter or leave the monastery through the most of the day into the early evening as you sit around. As the day begins turning deeper into evening, what is the party doing?
I think it would be good to stake out until it starts to get, well, maybe we should find where we are going to rest for the night, but we should try to keep an eye until is, well to dark, just to make sure we're not missing anything in the evening time.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think we should pollute the food. They've got outside the walls, right?
You're outside the walls.
Yeah, have we got any poison or something that we could put on it that would make it bad?
We have oil.
It's going to be too obvious, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Hey,
oil goes
if you
well.
like, I can ask Theodore to produce some foul material.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm not using
all
that water flask.
We could, if we got corpses of any animals, we could go back to the blink dogs. Just harvest rotting bits of it and use them.
Most of the day away at this point. Not sure we could find it again.
We might be able to find some carrion somewhere though. Or we could use Darian's suggestion.
Well, worth a try. If you'd like, I'm
As you ponder Darian's suggestion, he looks horrified for a second that you're actually pondering that idea. He's like, Theodore is not gonna like this.
Where's the camel X-Lax when you need it?
So yeah, we're gonna pollute their food source.
Okay. You spend some time feeding like dried fruits and like other diuretics to the camel until you get a nice big steaming pile of camel shit, and you pick it up and begin taking it over to where you saw the fire pit. As you open up the kind of covering on it, you see where a great horse carcass has been skewered and spit across these like smoldering coals, where it has been roasting underneath the pit here.
Do you share that right away? Do you keep that to yourself until you're done with the task?
Yeah, I think we're gonna need to do the task first. Introduce it subtly, not just like dump it on. Then come back, tell the party it was a horse carcass. It appears they were quite so in need of horses as we previously thought.
So you sort of lathered on like an infernal barbecue sauce.
An infernal barbecue sauce.
I thought it was some really wonky stuffing.
Pretty much, yeah.
It seems these bandits are desperate. When they kill and eat their own horses, it surely spells doom.
We can see what happens. Next person that goes out to get it, we can see what happens. And if nothing else happens, we can try to bait them when they come in after that. Try to get them over here and the killing fields.
Much easier if they have food poisoning. Yeah, so I guess we wait till the ambush point, which is nighttime, right?
All right.
That can work.
You wait until the sun sets, and the night sky begins to rise and come out over the old monastery here. Eventually, you see like smoke begin to rise up from some point in between the monastery's walls through the roof. There must be some gap in it there it can escape. It doesn't seem particularly roaring or big, but you do see the smoke rising up against the like sun's, like the last bit of sunset. As the stars come out in full, eventually another single lone jackal walks through the monastery's double doors. Takes a kind of long jaunt over to where the fire is. You see him lift up the... Oh, he nat 20s that. He spies strange brown things on the meat and a smell, and he goes, "Oh, something wrong with his horse." Oh,
I'm gonna take the opportunity to ride up and shoot at him. Like, okay, it's time. It's nighttime. It's time.
Javelin.
Okay.
Let me go to the points. Get ready to ambush him.
You're getting ready to ambush him. Okay. He spends some time he breaks down the horse, and you see him like adding live like wood to the fire, and the heated coals kind of roar up, and you get this kind of like blazing bonfire that you can see like dug into this pit near the monastery. Eventually, you all hunker down and begin your ambush attempt. I want all of you to give me stealth checks at advantage because it is night and this is a fairly unaware combatant looking to potentially spot you.
So they're fighting, and I'm the one going forward on a horse. towards this guy.
Oh, you're just riding towards him. You're not even.
I'm bait. I'm the bait.
Oh, okay. All right. Woad hides very well. Koron also attempts to hide well. Leo?
Mine's a flat roll, by the way, so that's a 6.
Okay. You two dip down, trying to hide. Darren, you have an advantage. Unless you're wearing heavy armor or something.
Oh, I don't. I'm wearing heavy wingmail, majestically and loudly.
Ah, I see. Okay,
God.
perfect. So you squat down with your majestic chainmail, and Seam begins riding forward towards this guy. Eventually, he turns around. Oh, I'll do it. Last time we eat horse. And he looks up. Oh my God! There's a person on a horse. What do you do?
I take a shot at him.
All right. Roll to hit, please.
Oh, and yep, not a problem. Let's see here. 27.
27's gonna hit for sure.
8 damage.
8 points of damage.
Do you have advantage?
No, I don't think so. Not with just riding up in the middle of the field with your horse. If you tried to do so more stealthily or something, perhaps, but... I mean, he's surprised, but not in a way that's going to make him harder or easier to hit. He goes, "Oh my God, there's a dude on a hawk!" Oh! And he's weaponless and not in his armor, but weaponless. And he cries out in pain. He is not dead, however. And I think we should have... I mean, I don't even know if we have initiative. What are the rest of you doing when Seam rides up and shoots him? What are you all doing in your hiding spots? Just waiting?
Cardane was under the impression we were gonna all sneak and silently shoot him. Mm-hmm. So he's just shooting. It might have been before.
You pop up out of hiding. You get advantage. Go ahead and roll to hit for me. That will do it.
And 10 points of damage.
Okay, Cardane, you murder this bandit. He's like, "Oh my God, there's a oh, pay!" Oh, and he just dies right in front of the burning horse pit.
Was there enough commotion to alert others inside the monastery?
You do hear movement in the monastery. It is a relatively quiet night. It's like, "Oh, person on a horse. Oh shit! Lock the door! Lock the door!"
Okay, so I gesture for you to get down, and then I'm gonna start approach. I'm gonna I'm gonna get within just outside of light crossbow range.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to see if somebody peeks their head out or what have you.
You watch the door, and you see it just slam shut, and you hear a thunk behind it, as if a large piece of wood or metal had been dropped into place.
Okay. I slowly start approaching.
Mm-hmm.
And when I get up close,
mm-hmm.
Nobody's doing anything.
Nothing happens.
I set up a thing of caltrops in front of the door, just enough that when it swings open, they'd have to go through it to be able to get out of through the doorway.
Absolutely.
Nothing.
You spend a round. You clink out some caltrops on the ground. You don't get a reaction.
Okay. Behind that, I set hunting traps. There's 3 of them to be specific.
Okay.
And then when they do nothing, I want to pull out a flask of oil, light the tie a piece of rag or something on fire on it, to create them, and huck it over the wall.
Okay, so the building itself has a good wall.
Yeah.
The roof is sloping and bent and broken, but there's still kind of a roof to the structure, right?
Okay.
If you go far enough south, we've found from other adventures that there's a hole in it. So I'm gonna want you to make me a roll to hit, essentially. We're gonna call this AC 13, like something kind of mediocre, but
Okay.
still like not 10. And let's see if you can throw that into the hole somewhere where the fire can panic some bandits.
Okay, so this would still be a ranged attack then, right?
Yes, I think it's a ranged attack. Yeah.
Okay, it would be the same roll as my longbow then, so let's use that.
Okay.
And a normal roll. 12.
Oh, I did say AC 13.
Ugh.
You throw and your flask hits the roof and you just see like oil and fire start burning on this like sloping stoned roof above the monastery.
Well, I got plenty of oil. I'll take another. Still no response.
The fire burning on the roof hasn't done anything.
I'll take one more and before I give up.
Can I just keep an eye out in case the bandits try to sneak around the side or do something weird?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I take one more. I'll take one more before I pursue another line of attack, as it were. Let's see. Okay, 15. There we go.
All right, your fire hits inside and begins to burn, and you hear panic shouts. Oh shit! Fire! Oh no! Ah, put it out! Somebody get Big Jimmy! Oh shit! And the fire goes. They rolled a natural 1 to understand what was going on.
Yeah. My God!
So let me see how many people are gonna run out this door.
I'm going to start bolting.
Yeah, you start running away. You hear all of this. You're like, oh yeah, I got him good.
Perfect.
4 dudes begin the door. Like you hear funk, and the door sprang open. Boom! 4 dudes come racing out in like their like jackal armor. This time they do have weapons though drawn. The first one will step into your bit of traps lane. With a dexterity saving throw on the pins. He jumps right over them. He didn't even notice they were there. And then he maybe lands in one of your bear traps. This is also dex. Everything's dex.
Yep, everything's dead.
He
God.
leaps. He's so like the fire is raging behind him, and he just leaps over all of your traps in one big swoop and begins racing out. He sees you, screaming, and the others 3 racing out the door are gonna do the same. The first passes the caltrops and instead lands in one of the bear traps. She's like, oh, my leg! Oh, dear God! Oh, he takes 3 points of damage. 2 damage. 2 points of damage. The next bandit is not smart. He comes running out, and he steps on the caltrops. Oh! He's hurt. He takes a point of damage. The other one may or may not bowl into him. Let's see. He does not. He does not bowl into the guy in front of him, and he just stops short. And that is the round of bandits. Should we go into some initiative here?
Why not?
All right.
Sure.
Just so that we can track what is going on. Bandits will go at 6. Cardane will go at 9. Butcher at 7. Darian at 14. And what about our boy Seam?
Oh yeah, let me go and make a roll for you. What is 10?
All right. The first to react is Darian. You see this pathetic scene taking place in front of you. What happened?
I look and say, now's the time. Die, bandit scum. No.
That's fine. It's fine. Do it. Do what you're gonna do.
No, me personally, out of game, Leo, I slightly misunderstood the plan. I thought you were gonna chase them out, and as soon as they came out, we were gonna attack them.
There's a kill. We're running them into the killing field because there's this field with pit traps and stuff set up that they're gonna run into, and when they're in the middle of getting screwed with that, we're gonna pounce on them.
Well, we can always use the killing
I
fields in the
will
late.
stay hidden. I will prepare my javelin and say, hold. I ready in action to throw throw my javelin when commanded by the ambush leader, Seam.
Okay. You do so. Then the next to react is Seam. What do?
I am sprinting away on my horse.
All right.
Yeah. So, was I able to take my movement for that previous roll? Like when it got through, I would have been bolting. Did I get movement already, or am I
sure,
just now?
Yeah, you moved 60 feet away.
Perfect. Yeah, I am moving another 180 feet, and as I'm doing so, I'm at 120. Yeah, 180 total from them currently.
Sure.
And I'm and I'm gonna take a longbow shot. Because why not? While I'm there.
All right, who are you shooting?
I'll shoot the guy that stepped on the hunting ground.
All right, sounds good.
And let's see what happens. 25.
You hit him very hard for 5 points of damage. He's not dead, but he's in pain. He screams and hollers. He's just not sure what the hell's going on. Excellent. Cardane, you were hidden well in the grass. What do you do?
The vision I got when you were describing them and running into the traps, was that kind of like bunched together now?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Sort of like running within like a splash radius for a oil flask.
Yes.
Guys, what do you think?
They have light crossbows is the only issue. If more of them come out, they could just center fire.
Have faith in the plan.
I shall stay where I am and wait for them to go into killing.
All right, you wait for them to rush
Ready
after you.
to attack. Ready for the word. Hold.
Butcher, are you waiting?
Yep, I'm waiting.
All right. The one dude with the scimitar like runs after you for a little bit, and then he stops as you've like gone 180 feet away. He puts his scimitar away and like pulls out his light crossbow. He's like, "That's right, you coward! That's right, run away from the big Jimmy crew!" And he shoots a light crossbow at you with disadvantage. At a 6, it just flies somewhere.
Yeah.
And then the guy who stepped on the tax gingerly steps around the three bear traps. I'm gonna say that he gets to do this with advantage because he knows they're there now. And he's gonna try to step around them, and does so, but only gets out some small way. He looks at you into the night and says, "I think I can see him," and he shoots a disadvantage crossbow, also missing, just shooting it out there somewhere. The guy who almost bowled into him before will do the same thing, try to step around the bear traps, and succeed.
The caltrops, right? What about the bear traps?
Oh, he succeeds the caltrops, knowing they're there. He's going to try to get around the caltrops and away from the fire. And also succeed. Leaving their friend just trapped, going, "Oh, my leg! Oh, my leg! Oh!" And I guess he also has a crossbow, and he's like, I'll try to get him too. Look at this coward running away. Oh. And that's their turn.
Okay, so I'm gonna get
Darian,
another 120.
Are you still hiding? Is everyone hiding except for Seam still? Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
So
Seam, what do you do?
Moving another 120 feet. That should put me now at, was it 300?
300.
Yeah, 300 feet. Take one last. I'm gonna take one last shot out of him, and I'm gonna make it I'm gonna go to reach for my arrows, and make it look like I'm empty.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to goad them into coming after me.
Okay. All right. You reach and take your shot. Oh no, you trying to goad them. You're not taking the shot. All right. They look at you and they go, "That's right. You're nice and empty. Why don't you come on closer? We'll stick you full of pin cushions. Ah! Hey, Big Jimmy, there's bear traps out here. Could you get Marcus out? He's hurting. Looks like it's just one of them. We're all right. You see Big Jimmy waddle over out of the monastery. He begins yanking on the bear trap, trying to get his friend out. They seem to just be loitering outside the monastery. There's just the four of them that rushed out, and then Big Jimmy working on the leg of the other one. What do you all do as you see this?
I'm still within range of them. I can make it so I'm just out of range of them. So I can just keep peppering them with arrows until they either decide to chase after or go hide. Either way, that'll work. So
Okay.
I'd like to move out to 420 feet, 100 feet outside their range, and start just peppering them with arrows until they decide
Alright.
to do something different.
They think you're out, so you can go ahead and shoot this one round. Is everyone
with
else just still
disadvantage.
hiding while Seam is doing this?
I think so. We haven't received any.
We are awaiting the command from our leader, Seam.
Okay.
Hold.
Yeah, if this doesn't work, then at this point we'll be just waiting for them to go back inside and just ambushing him. But we
All
can
right.
try.
Go ahead and take a shot at this guy. You're definitely at long range right
Yeah.
now. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at disadvantage. Yeah.
Yeah.
19.
The 19 will hit though.
Another 5
for
damage. to
5
the guy
points
that's in
of
the bear
damage.
trap.
You're trying to shoot the guy at the bear trap. Oh
Yeah.
no! Wait, does he die?
Yes.
Oh no! They got Marcus. Everybody back inside now! Everybody back inside! And they kick away your bear traps and rush back inside. They shut the door.
Well, that didn't work. We got one of them.
So far, so good. We just need to keep going. War of attrition.
Want to do the same thing?
I mean,
We can all approach this time and just have oil flasks ready.
yeah, I'm concerned it's not gonna. I mean,
Yeah.
we don't know if their leader is in there right now, but I'm concerned if he is, then they're not gonna fall for the same thing again.
Yeah.
Don't
We
need to
get-
fall for anything. We need to come out at some point, and we can just pepper them.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we should bed down for the night at least. Come back in the morning.
Sure. Let's just go collect my stuff
Yeah.
real quick.
Do that.
A wise leader would not have revealed us yet. Smart move. We shall try again on the morrow. They are now weaker and confused and hungry.
Good enough.
Greg, did they at any
Yes.
point reveal like a lookout of any sort, like a lantern, somebody looking?
No, does not look like they have a lookout.
I might try and just lob a flask of oil in there.
Yeah, so
All
you
right.
want to just all just have one quick, concerted effort just to go throw it on the south side real quick and then run.
All right.
How much
Anyone
oil
who
do
wants
you
to chuck a flask of oil in, I'm gonna give you. I don't know. I feel like it is possibly very unlikely that you hit any of them. I think that you should all roll D100s, and if you roll 90 or above, you somehow have struck somebody with your oil flask inside. Anyone who wants to throw an oil flask.
Oh, glory!
I'm
All
not gonna
right,
bother.
you bombard the monastery with oil, but nobody gets hit. There are no more shrieks. They're used to this tactic now.
But are we causing any structural damage at all? You know, are we
The monastery itself has wood structuring in it, but is mostly a building of stone. So it will withstand simple flasks of oil.
Fair.
Did they leave Marcus's body, or did they take it with them?
Did they
just
leave
take
Marcus's
over.
body? They took Marcus's body inside.
Robert, however, whatever his name was, the guy at the horse, he was still out there, right?
Oh, he got murdered. Yeah, I guess he's still out there. Yeah. You want to go pick him up?
Let's go,
Quick, somebody switch their armor out because it's very, very good armor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what type of armor do they have again?
14 plus dex.
So what? 14 plus dex?
Yes, they have 14 plus dex, like full dex, medium armor.
Can I get up, guys?
Yeah, go for it.
Sure. Yeah.
We'll give you strong protection.
You clad yourself in the armor of the jackal.
And get our supplies back.
One of your bear traps is still attached to a dead body that got drug inside, but the rest of them are retrievable.
Fantastic.
All right, I think we go set up camp.
Yep.
All right. How far away do you go set up camp?
Like
In the
half a mile
safe
away.
zone of the murder field.
Okay. So not all that far away. Sure. Tell me, what is camp like after this strange bit of encounters? While I see if you have one in the night.
I think I'm gonna try and dig a hole, so
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be like a lump. So it's just gonna be look like part of the grassland from their perspective.
Okay.
Yeah, have the horses lay down, cover them with
Mm-hmm.
what have you to make it so that it doesn't immediately appear like we're just sitting there.
Okay. In the night,
Okay.
you.
Oh,
Yes.
our dear knight, do you want to use your daily healing to assist us?
Yes. As I look around our little camp, I say, "Who's wounded?" It's you all seem fine and hearty and brave to me, but perhaps one of you could use some patching up.
I'm down 5.
I'm down.
Only 5, of course. I can. Sorry.
Oh,
Oh, I thought someone was saying.
can I just
Yeah,
heal over?
4 land.
Can you do what?
That's how-
What?
Heal overnight 1 hit point?
When the night rest happens, yes, rolling any hit die will heal that.
Yeah. Well, and you can eat one of the surplus good berries to get 1.
Oh yeah, right on.
I feed the 2 good berries to my
To your steeds.
horses. Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
So I guess nighttime encounters and that.
All right. I was waiting to see what you guys were all doing. All right. At night, you hear the oncoming sounds of predators. Who is it at night? It is 1, 2, 3. It is Goodnight to Darian. You hear something prowling along the night next to you, but I rolled for them, and at some point they fall into a pit, and you hear this yelping as it falls into the pit. And other than that, your night is unmolested. You have caught inside of one of your fallen pits a large wolf. And it is just 10 feet deep. It cannot, unfortunately, drag itself out during the night. And it barks and yelps itself to sleep. But eventually, you just have one in a pit in the next morning. The night passes. You're welcome to the benefits of a long rest. You can roll your hit dice as previously described, gain your spells and class features. You have foraged effectively by grazing the animals during the prep time and the good berries, but I do need to see if you drank enough water throughout the day. So I need foraging checks for each of you, and DC 15. One of you will need to pass in order to fill the water tanks for the party.
I believe at a normal pace this is a disadvantage.
Oh, yes, you went normal pace, not slow pace. I keep thinking you chose a slow pace for some reason. At disadvantage, please. So we have an 8, a 3
Oh.
14. Ooh, you were unable to find good water during the day, and you wake up dehydrating. Each of you, please take 2 levels of exhaustion as you wake up the next morning.
Is there a part of the sheet that we can mark that?
I
do I
don't
have
know.
to-
I don't pay much attention to the character sheets themselves. There should be,
There-
probably, but I don't.
It's an option you have to turn on. If you go to your
okay.
settings, there's a thing like show exhaustion levels or
Okay.
exhaustion tracker, and you can turn that on.
I generally don't like the character sheets in Roll20, so I haven't bothered to learn how they function. I probably should.
Fair. That's fair.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
All right, so while you are exhausted in this way, you have disadvantage on all ability checks during the day, and your speed is halved.
Yeah, that's a real problem.
Yep.
I mean, we need to abandon our search and our siege and search for water.
But you know what the bandits have? Water.
I mean, we're gonna move slow, but if you want to try to make our way in there, slaughter them all, and take their water, I mean, that is an option.
Our horses can move fast
How
enough.
far are we from that clearing with the Minotaur fountain?
I mean, at
There
this,
was some water there.
yeah,
We
sorry,
have
go
easy
ahead.
access to water, right? It's right there. And it's a guaranteed source, and we're already killed several of them.
I guess it was only a little over half the day to get here, so even at half speed, we might be able to get there today. Because our horses are dehydrating too, right?
They are, yes.
So we might be able to get there today, but that would be kind of pushing it.
There's going to be like brooks somewhere, right?
If you'd like to search for water, we can spend the day doing that.
So, with a little bit of an out-of-the-box thinking here. Something that was done by the steppe people, and this was documented well back in the Middle Ages, is that when times would be where they would have to go without water, they could drink the blood of their steeds to be able to sustain themselves. Could we make
If you
this
would
happen?
like to wholesale slaughter a horse and use its blood to cure yourself and the other horses of exhaustion,
How about
I
a
think-
donkey?
I think that
I
think that if you slay your horse, you can use that for your long rest in a very gruesome way. I don't think you're gonna find enough water for your other beasts of burden to drink the blood of the other horses are probably not gonna sustain 3 other beasts of burden.
So
But you know
I
what?
see
Throwing
2
away
options.
that beast, that excites me. Yeah, that's a player resource that you can take away.
So I see 3 options. One, we turn back and head back to that source of water we know where it is. The problem is that we may not reach there today.
We
What?
have a perfectly good wolf we can train.
Oh, yes. Yes, we can do that. Because slaughtering a horse is barbaric and horrific, and Darien would have all sorts of issues. But the wolf, I'm cool with.
Greg, how many like little streams did we pass on the way? Like, is it?
It's not a
Is it
particularly
something that-
rich in streams environment. If you passed any along the way, they're few and far between. But searching
would
for
that-
water is something that you can do. We could essentially what the last team that started exhausting is each part there's 4 encounters in a day. We spent each day rolling to see if there was an encounter, and then during each part of it they looked for water in a different way to see if they could find some. That is an option here if you would like to like investigate and look for water. Like we can spend parts of this day doing that.
I
Want
want
to
to
just do
just
that? For the
Yeah,
first
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think Butcher is interested in drinking blood. Sorry. It might be a good idea, but that's just not what Butcher is into.
Oh, your name is so misleading.
I see 3 options. 1, we just go all in, try to take the bandits today. 2, we search the surrounding areas here for a source of water. Or 3, we turn back to that place where we found the shrine. Those are our 3 options, I think.
I'm just gonna go out and search for water. I think.
Yeah, we can look for it here.
All right.
I think that's a good idea.
Question. Because there's going to be rolls associated with that. You want to take the L and drain the wolf real quick, so when we're doing rolls, we can get actual water and not have this be extremely hard to do.
I'll let you kill your own horse. I'm not going to give you free water off the random wolf that I comically put in a pit.
Come on.
Can I drink?
Killing your own
blood?
horse is a loss of a player resource, so I'm kind of okay with it. But the wolf isn't going to do anything. At best, I'm going to make the moon come out briefly, and then it'll turn into bones.
No.
Surprise moon! Alright, you want to all search for water?
Yep.
Alright, so I will roll for encounters. I will just go in the camera order that I see it. So in the morning of the day that you have woken up exhausted and dehydrating, what do you do, Cardane, as you search for water in the morning? This is your time to lead the search.
Yeah, I think just right. I'm looking for areas of vegetation. If it looks like there's even bushes, there's probably water there. Looking for birds. If they're like flying above, there might be water. Yeah. Just keep riding. Right?
So you ride and you search for vegetation and birds and signs of water in nature. That to me sounds like a nature check. It sounds like you're perceiving the world, which is tied largely to wisdom in this part of D&D land. So I think I would like a wisdom nature check at disadvantage for your exhaustion as you search these lands for signs of water in nature. 15 is the DC. It is not long into the morning. Wode, you find a nice bit of vegetation that grows greener some miles or 2 away from where you camped for the night. You're led here by some birds, some small rodents streaming through, and you find a small stream that runs through the grounds near kind of like a small hillside. The water is shallow and kind of dribbles along, but you are able to pull it up and drink from it. And you bring the party here. And so in the morning of your day, you have found water to drink from.
So now we need to wait. Is this something we could use for several days? We should.
If you were to camp here at the stream, yes, you could.
So we need a couple days to cure our exhaustion, yeah?
So if we spend 1 day, we'll be able to get our movement back.
Yeah, each night that you spend with full water and rations, you can regain 1 level of exhaustion.
We've got skins. We can fill them and keep hanging out at the Field of Death camp.
Well, yeah, this would just be where we're setting up camp for the night. We don't necessarily have to spend all day here, right?
Nope. You drink freely from it, fill your water skins, let your horses drink of it. You have water for today. You've successfully foraged for water this day.
I'm sorry, can we make a short map from the bandit monastery to here? Is that something that we can do to
Are you a
assist in the
proficient
future?
cartographer?
I'm a proficient
Yeah, I have
cartographer.
Absolutely. Do you have cartographer's tools on you?
I do, and I give them to Butcher to do the actual work because
Okay. Please make me a cartography tools check.
I'd assume this would be like either wisdom. Or
Cartography
intelligence.
tools. I would accept wisdom or dexterity. I think either one kind of applies. One, the knowledge of how to make it look right on the paper, and the other, the like hands to do it. 15. You make a small map on a piece of paper from the old monastery to where the stream is. It is accurate as long as you hold this paper with this map on it and have a ability to follow maps. You can reliably find the stream.
Very nice, very nice.
Awesome.
All right.
How do we want to spend the rest of our day?
I want to make
Drinks heavily.
probably hold. So if wolves come, for instance, we can just hide instead of having to fight.
Can we make something big enough for all of our animals?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. What kind of cover do you make for them?
Yeah, we just need to dig out like sections of earth, and then put like the turf over the thing, and then just sort of lay it on, and it can essentially be like a hiding spot, right?
So you're gonna dig a big pit, and then you're gonna lay some soil over the top of the pit and put your animals in it.
Yeah, and us.
Okay, interesting. I think that digging a big pit is fine, but making it such that it holds the animals and is sufficiently well hidden, doesn't stand out, and doesn't, like, I don't know, suffocate them, probably requires some kind of check here. I think that is you're essentially constructing something. I think that's probably strength based to do all the digging, or maybe constitution based to like stay at it all day.
Maybe a survival check or
Yeah, I think
being able to take pressure?
survival strength or survival constitution would be good. I will let since the whole party is probably doing this, I'll let anyone who has the highest survival strength or survival con make the roll.
I think that's probably going to be me. I'd have
Yeah.
+7.
All right, go ahead and roll at disadvantage for me. 20. That will
Oops,
do it.
sorry, it should be a 17. I did drop lowest instead of drop highest. My bad.
17. The 17 will still do it. You build out a giant pit, and get it. It takes a good bit of your day into the afternoon. But as you do so, you can get your animals down in it, out of the sun. You set up some loose sticks and other things as kind of like a framing, and you pull over loose topsoil, some grasses, and maybe some like shrubs or bushes, and make a nice little hiding spot from which, in the late afternoon, the four of you hide from a group of axebeaks, large birds rushing about the plains with big axe-like beaks in front of them. You see them kill a group of voles and peck at them mercilessly, but they do not find you in your cool new hiding spot as you go into evening. Yes.
Once they're gone, we come out. Is there anything left of the voles?
They were picked clean. They're just carcasses, bones, some sinew, some blood on the ground.
Yeah. So real quick, since it's getting like we'd have had this at midday, who all has berries left?
No one would have berries. It's been a day since you cast a spell.
That's what I was saying around midday is when I was going to ask about this, because that's when around the time that berries would have gone bad.
I'm not going to adjudicate 24 hours to 24 hours. If you cast it at 7 p.m., like just in
Understood.
the day that you cast it, that's the day your berries are good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Cool. I can cast good berry and just have us not forage.
Perfect.
So we should be good on that.
All right. You cast good berries for your party and the animals. The rest of the evening passes. You once again. Yes.
Yeah. Sometime during this day, I'll say, I'll talk to Darian and say, "You seem to be a great hero. I think this axe would fit you nicely." And I will hand over the battle axe of the Minotaur to Darian.
Say, are you sure, friend? You earned this axe with your honorable ceremony and tribute to that fallen warrior. Of course, I shall take it if you truly believe it is the way of things. But
I think this axe would fit you better than it would fit me.
very well, I shall wield it honorably in your name.
And I will get my backup weapon out of my pack and grab my maul.
Nice. All right. You have the axe. Do you need the information on that as well?
Yes, please.
Okay. I will copy it on over to you. The evening passes. You once again hear a rush of enemies or creatures or something hunting outside of your makeshift fort. But you have hidden well under it, and they pass you by. That brings us to foraging, which you have water that you found that day. You have good berries to pass the time. We don't have to worry about that. You are all welcome to the benefits of a night's rest in the abyss, and you regain one of your levels of exhaustion. You now only have disadvantage on ability checks. Your speed
We
is
wanna go now?
regular.
I don't know. Ability checks can be meaningful, but we could go back. I'm not against it.
Yeah. How good's our stealth chances? If we go at night, we see if they've got a personal watch, shoot some arrows at them, and then stealth off.
We have 2 with disadvantage.
Yeah, I think. Would we be at an advantage because of the night cancelling out? Maybe.
Possibly, but I wouldn't rely on that.
Greg, what do you say?
What do I say? I say that night may or may not give advantage depending on the situation. That's not guaranteed at all times.
Might as well wait another day, right?
Okay.
All right. You wait another day in your makeshift pit. And it has saved you from yet another encounter. This time a pack of wolves goes by, sniffing and hunting along the ground.
Oh God. When Darian equips the battle axe of the Minotaur, his strength soars to an ungodly 80 for some unknown reason.
Not 80, 18.
Oh, I know. The sheet's bugged again. It's giving me 80 strength. I'll fix it, but
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
I just thought that was fun. What happened?
That is. A pack of wolves passes you by, leaving you be in your hidden shelter, as they are unaware of you being there. The rest of the day passes pretty uneventfully, other than hiding in the shelter and eating your good berries and going to the stream to get water as needed. What do you do as you pass your day inside of your dugout pit?
I tell stories of the Horn Tower.
Okay.
You're telling us about that dream?
Yeah.
It's a truly terrifying sight.
Something to pursue when I have God on my side. Darius, you might want to, perhaps you join me for such a quest at some time.
Of course, I will gladly join any hero on a noble quest. So please say the word, and me and Theodore will ride with you.
All right.
Fantastic.
Seems like the rest of the days goes by in mostly silence as you lick your wounds. Eventually, you are able, assuming good berries cast again, to eat your good berries, keep your sustenance up. You've gone to the watering hole as needed. You get the benefits of a night's rest once more as a day passes in your hidey hole next to the stream. And you are no longer exhausted. Now, a full 2 days away from your attack on the monastery.
So, what's the plan?
Friends, I don't know how many more of them we can trick into coming out after us. We may, at this point, just need to make an assault.
We're in the best shape we possibly could be for it.
All right, so how do we do this? I don't know if... Oh, we lost somebody.
Oh, there goes Woad again.
Woad is me.
Well, let's see if he comes back or if he talks to us soon. Otherwise, we might have to readjust cameras and move on without him.
He's still in the roll 20.
Okay, well that's good. We're coming up to 10 o'clock soonish here. Do we think maybe now is a good time to take a break? We'll see if we can get Woad back in the call.
Yep.
And then,
makes
Sounds good.
All right. That's what we will do then. We will see Twitch chat back in a few. Catch you soon. my mic live. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have had irrevocable camera damage to our good friend Cardane, but he's going to join us as best he can via the stream and the Roll20. We'll see how this works. It may be a disaster, it may be awesome, but we'll give it a try so that he can continue to play as best as possible. And so we return to our party, having survived 2 days of laying low in the mists after failing to find water. What is the plan, gang?
Sneak in through that side entrance we are aware of and see what we can do? Or do we want to use the ladder and climb the roof?
Is there a side entrance? I think there's just the roof and the front door, right?
Yeah, as you've spent some time around the monastery, you'll find that it only has a single entrance, the kind of double doors in the front of it. You did manage to throw some oil through some hole or something in the roof that landed inside, so you are aware of at least some kind of opening up there.
Ladder? Ladder to the roof?
Yeah, I think that's our best course of action to get in.
All right.
There we go.
You begin the trek back to the monastery, eventually finding it exactly as you left it. The kind of smoldering, smoky remains of your oil in patches along the sides and top of the monastery roof and slopes are still visible. And there is no guard up in front of the monastery near the gargoyles at the front door. Where are you placing this ladder as you try to get in?
Where do you want to, maybe, if there's, there's front entrance of the monasteries where it has the big set of holes in it, right? Maybe, 10, 15 feet off to the side, so it's not directly in eyesight if you're walking out, but it's so close enough to that section that we're not having to run across the roof.
I don't know where the collapsed part of the roof is. I want to say that it was near maybe the middle or maybe even nearer to the back, if I'm remembering where the hole in that was from the stories of previous adventurers.
Are you talking about the hole for the campfire?
Yeah.
I thought that was right in the middle, give or take.
Yeah, it might have been a little bit closer to the back. I don't remember, but yeah, it's somewhere right in the middle.
All right. You want to put it in the middle towards the back on the side of the monastery?
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan to me.
All right. Sure enough, you make your way up to the monastery, the four of you unmolested as you do. You place a large ladder to the middle back of the monastery. As you climb up, you find yourselves looking down into this map here. The four of you, excuse me, are to the south of the building, down here. This is kind of the middle back of it, maybe. As you look down, there's a hole naturally made in the sloping roof that goes basically over these pillars that you can look down into, and you can see into this area here underneath the sloping broken roof of the monastery. As you can see, there are no bandits in that area, and you are largely unnoticed and unmolested here, kind of peering up over the edge of the wall and into this kind of open area of the roof.
Guys, does anybody have rope with them that we could tie off and rappel ourselves down?
I have rope. 50 feet of rope.
I have some on my donkey, but I did not bring it with me.
I have 50 feet. We're good to go.
All right. So I guess we look for a place to tie off a rope to rappel down.
All right, you tie off a piece of rope, and the four of you rappel down into this area. We have I've never given Cardane an actual token. Feel bad about that slightly. The four of you rappel down into this area here. As you do so, no one is made aware of your presence. And you are in a rather silent... You are in a rather silent courtyard of the monastery. You can hear the sound of someone pacing from off in the northwest of your position through this kind of small hallway into the other side of the building. But there is no immediate rush to arms or action.
Okay, I think we should probably sneak into in the direction of any guards, right, that are alert.
Mm-hmm.
My thought would be to sneak up and see, like, get a look, see how many people there are there, and then just all at once, do the synchronized, take a shot at them.
All right, who's our best sneaker?
It's Woad. Oh, that's a good idea. We should check the bedrooms here first, real quick. Like, take a peek at them and make sure nobody's sleeping.
Cardane and Seam begin bursting into these rooms, checking them for sleeping people. As you check each of these rooms next to you and across the other side, you see them empty. Although they show signs of fairly recent use, they lie empty and are in kind of just a general state of disrepair, as if somebody got up one day and never came back and left it kind of as is. There's small bedrolls in each of them, including a chest of drawers. Do you take the time to investigate the rooms for valuables any further than just peeking in to find people, or no?
We don't have. We can do that after everybody's dead, right?
All right. So no, after a quick peek into these rooms, you do not find any bandits.
And these bedrooms all look like sort of regular sleeping quarters, right? No, like, fancier room, no, like, extra heavy door kind of thing.
Yeah, they look like they were once the kind of living quarters of whoever lived in the monastery, repurposed in some degree by, the borrowed bedrolls and packs and small chests that the bandits must have brought in or have been brought in at one point since the monasteries fall into decay. The larger rooms that you can see next to the bedroom that you're in have many rolls kind of rolled together. It seems to be kind of a communal area that's been co-opted into where people slept.
Okay.
And in the campfire, is it relatively small? Have they built it up a little bit? Is there anything on it or around it?
There is nothing on it or around it anymore. You can see that this has been well used. There's lots of ash and burnt logs and sticks and things left over. There's a pile of books next to it. You get the distinct impression this pile at one point was much larger than it is now. This small pile has like crumpled and torn up pages next to it. It seems as if the books of the monastery were used as kindling here.
Okay. At this point, then have sneak over and see what the commotion's about. Yeah.
Okay. You sneak up over. I don't know. You show me where you sneak up to.
Start going over here, and as I start I'm trying to hear if there's any talking.
You listen. There is indeed some muttering going on. It seems to be coming from the room up to your north and westmost part of the corridor. As you kind of listen through this hallway, though, it's relatively illegible or unintelligible, as it is muffled by what are the wooden walls of the monastery.
Yeah. Okay. I'd like to get around here and try to. Don't see it. I'm gonna try to go up to around here where an entrance. Have my back against this wall, and then just peek around the corner.
All right. You peek around the corner. You see a relatively empty foyer of the monastery. There's a bit of ground dug into the wooden floor, revealing kind of just like the soil below. It seems to be what the remnants of some kind of training area. There are more rooms that you can see on either side of you and trailing into the kind of western part of the keep. There's a single bandit waddling his way back and forth in front of this door, walking here, walking back, muttering to himself. He has the distinct waddle of the one that they called Big Jimmy during your attack the previous nights.
Okay. That's good to know. Let me just check something real quick. It is just verbal. Oh, perfect. So, I want to signal everybody, like getting close, and then I want all of us to go out at once, and I'll try to make a synchronized attack if possible. You guys down for that?
Should we attempt to set up a cow chop or a trap in the hallway and get him here?
Nah.
No, we're good.
Okay.
Okay, so have like the ranged guys in the back, have our two like melee fighters in the front.
Okay. Seems reasonable. And then you burst around the corner to try to get them as best you can. I want whoever is the first and foremost to burst around the corner, whether it's Butcher or Darian, to give me a stealth dexterity check, just to see if you are capable of catching Big Jimmy by surprise, or if your burst around the corner gives him enough time to ready himself against your attacks.
Yeah, I think Butcher is leading around the corner. I will have disadvantage on stealth, of course, because of the chainmail.
Okay.
And I just...
Oh, you guys are so stealthy around this corner. Butcher, you bust around the corner, finding Big Jimmy, and he is completely surprised. All of you have a round of just, like, free. Before any of the bandits are roused or know you're there or can react. Go ahead, take your rounds. Butcher, you're the first around the corner. Why don't you tell me what you do with your free round?
All right, I'm going to burst around the corner, come forward to about here, and I will fire my light crossbow at this guy.
All right. Big Jimmy hardly even notices you before you pull back the string of your bow, and with a 15, Big Jimmy gets hit. For 5 points of damage. Ah! He screams out in agony, and you hear the like rustling sounds of like people or something in the rooms to your left at his cry. Excellent. Who's next? We'll go with Darian. You're a melee fighter. What do you do as you round the corner?
Do you mind if I just move 5 feet further forward?
Sure.
I feel like this might be a perfect time to go ahead and use this charge on this axe. Get right in here on Mr. Jimmy.
Okay.
So we are going to go 5, 10, 15, 25. I guess that works, yeah. And then I can use...
yes, you spend a charge of the axe. It doubles your movement speed. So from now forward in a straight line, you can go the rest of 60 feet.
There it is. And I will charge Big Jimmy and put the axe at him.
All right. I think that you had 60 feet total movement. Is 20 to here, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. You're easily able to charge him in a straight line. Go ahead and make a roll to hit at +3.
Okay. Is it at advantage because there is surprise?
There sure is. You betcha.
Fantastic. We'll roll at advantage. 29?
29 definitely hits, yeah.
And we will swing double damage, so another d12.
Indeed. Oh, an 18 points of damage. 18 and 5 is 23. That is just enough as you cut Big Jimmy down. He dies.
Cut him from shoulder to kidney, just whoosh, right down the middle.
All right. Excellent. Woe tries to interrupt any potential armor donning in the room next to us. Okay, he goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I assume he double moves to make that happen. And bursts through the door, seeing exactly what he thought he saw. The donning of armor. Unfortunately, I do not believe you have enough movement to shoot him, but you can interrupt and cause much surprise. Excellent. A good move by Woad, I believe. Seem, what do you do with your round?
25 and 30. And I have 35 feet of movement because I'm a wood elf, so 35.
Okay.
And can I get a look at this guy? Get an angle on this guy from here?
Sure. I think Woad burst through the door and gave you a line of sight. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to bonus action Hunter's Mark.
Okay.
And then shoot him with my bow.
All right. He has AC 10.
Awesome. And then do I get surprise or no?
Yeah, definitely.
10. Perfect.
The 10 hits. Exactly what you needed.
That is like the 9th 2 I've rolled today.
It's not great.
9 and then Hunter's Mark. 3.
9 and 3 is 12. This bandit is dead. You strike him through the heart with your arrow, aided by Woad's quick thinking as he dies. Gah. Excellent.
Yeah.
All right.
And then,
that is everyone's surprise round. Let us roll into initiative. We will have... I think I'm just going to roll both of these guys into one, even though they're very different people. Where did the bandits go? There we are. Initiative. Excellent. So, you rolled an 18, Seam. Very good. We have 3 for Darian. We have 15 for Butcher. We have a 24 for Mighty Cardane. And the bandits will go almost last at 12. Cardane, type for us what you're going to do here. You are the first to act. I guess while he's doing that, we'll have... Who is next after that? Actually,
that'd be me.
That'd be you. Why don't you tell me what? Oh, Cardane says go to the next room and shoot him.
Yeah,
he's got it.
One thing I want to say is that we leave one alive because I think there's some information we're gonna get. So if we can non-lethal the last guy, please.
All right. Well, go ahead and give me a roll to hit DC 10 and shoot the hell out of him. The 20 hits, the 11 damage is 1 point short of slaying him. He is bloodied and hurt. Excellent. Next move is Seam. Why don't you tell me what you're doing?
I'm moving and gonna finish him off, and I move
right.
Hunter's Mark because why not?
All right, you Hunter's Mark this last bandit.
12.
That will hit.
9 plus Hunter's Mark. 11 more damage.
Cardane attempts to demand his surrender. Give up or die! And then you shoot him and he dies. Very good. Very good indeed. Butcher, you managed to go before the bandits act. What do you do?
I mean, he did manage to follow the instructions, give up or die.
That he did.
I guess I would take a quick listen. Do I hear where other bandits might be?
You hear murmuring coming from here. There's definitely the sounds of someone in there. They've not had a chance to go through the door yet.
Okay, I will set up here next to the door, ready to attack anybody that opens it.
All right. And sure enough, that's exactly what happens. The door swings open, and an enormous bandit carrying a two-handed sword walks through. His eyes wild. He begins screaming at the top of his lungs, "You won't take the keys!" And you get an attack at him. The 11 will miss. It is you like swing into the like door frame next to him. He turns wild-eyed, his eyes looking in different directions. You see deep dark rings under his eyes. He looks unwell, and he just continues screaming about keys and a treasure, and he brings his giant longsword up to fight you. And this time he fights differently. He swings down with a 10 against you. Missing. But then you see a wild rage just like boil up into him. He brings his blade up again and swings a second time. Also missing. And that thus ending the turn of Mad-Eye Manning. Excellent. That brings us to Darian. You see this giant of a man with his crazed demeanor and his big two-handed sword. What do you do?
I step on Big Jimmy's body and crush him beneath me and say, "Bandit scum!"
All right, you step up to fight him.
Attack.
Mm-hmm.
We shall go ahead. I don't know why I pulled my character sheet. That was sick. Let's not do that. We got it all figured out.
The 26 will hit. Go ahead and roll me damage. For 14 slashing damage. He, like, screams even louder about his treasure and the key, and you'll never take it from me! Ah! He bleeds on the floor, but he seems lost and almost unfeeling towards the pain you have given him.
Now take your treasure, bandit scum, but you will not take any more from the peasants. Your reign ends today.
Very nice. Cardane, we're back around. Why don't you tell us what you're doing here? And yeah, let me know. I like the anticipation of Wode's typing. Non-lethal crowbar to the face. Alright, you're gonna have to double move, I think, to get there. Unless you're throwing the crowbar. Alright, you're gonna charge 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then like 5, 10, 15, 20. You're there, but you cannot hit him this turn. You had to use both your action to move and your regular movement. Alright. Very cool. Seam. You see Wode charging with a crowbar held high into the battle. What do you do?
Yeah. This looks like Mad-Eye doesn't even have any effect, huh? It's like Mad-Eye is just didn't even seem to get affected by this last hit, right?
Oh, he took it. He's bleeding. There's blood on the ground, but he seems crazed. Yeah. He doesn't seem like he's even noticed he's been hit.
Okay. So I'm gonna swab over Hunter's Mark, and I'm gonna, can I take a called shot at his hand? I'm gonna try to get him to drop his broadsword.
I don't think so. I don't think that's a thing that exists in 5e. If you had like a disarming shot or like a battle master's die, right? Maybe.
I understand.
Yeah.
I'll just take a shot at him then.
All right.
So I'll go ahead and take a shot at him. And longbow 24.
That'll hit.
For 8 and 9.
And 9. He's struck again. The arrow sticks out of him. He staggers a little bit, but he keeps on yelling and stammering, flailing about with his weapon. Butcher, he's tried to strike at you twice. What do you do?
I'm going to swing my maul at his forward leg, try to take it out from under him.
Okay.
13 to hit. I'm just flavor, not trying.
Okay. I was trying because knocking somebody over is like a melee action you can do, but okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Cool. So the 13 will miss. He deflects it with his sword, kind of almost subconsciously as he flails about.
And then I will action surge and attempt to bring it back up and smack him in the face.
All right.
With a 14.
Will also miss. Yeah. Excellent. Mad Eye has lots of targets to choose from, but I think he's just going to continue fighting you. You were the first one that he swung at. You will be the target again. This time with a 14. Will that hit you?
Miss. We just can't hit each other.
You just can't hit each other. He's going to expend his next bit of craziness. Roaring, swings again. He can't do it. He can't do it. This big, bad, scary man with a sword just cannot hit anybody. All right. Darian, you see him flailing helplessly against Koron's mighty defense. What do you do?
Darian says, "I shall put you out of your misery, crazed bandit." As he sees the Mad eyes go mad. Pardon me. We shall swing.
The 24 will hit.
With a 24.
For 12 more. 26, 34. He staggers back, blood splashing against the walls. He seems to be on his last breath, but he stands crazed and wild-eyed as ever. Excellent. Well done. That brings us back around to the top. Woad, you are within range to crowbar him. Do you smack him with a crowbar?
I apologize. Before the end of my turn, I will say, stand down. You have one chance. Save your pathetic life.
All right. You threaten him. Tell him to save his pathetic life. Woad swings the crowbar, hitting him for 4 points of crowbar bludgeoning damage, and is exactly the amount of bludgeoning damage we need to bring him down. Was this a non-lethal crowbarring? Oh, that's right. It halves at non-lethal. That is a thing, right? No, it's not. No, it's not. That's an older edition. No. You hit him with non-lethal crowbar damage, and he falls unconscious.
I believe in 5e you only get non-lethal on melee attacks, and that's it. No spell, no range, none of that.
He slapped him with a crowbar across the face. He goes down.
Perfect.
Yeah. And the monastery falls silent. You stand around this unconscious giant man, and he's finally silent for the first time since you met him.
Wow. You know, I think the wolf fight was harder.
I mean, we got the drop on them.
Yeah.
How nice! A great victory, friend. Vanquish the bandits.
We've done it. How nice is that two-handed sword looking?
It is beat up and well used. You can see notches in it above the handle that count upwards of 40. The blade itself seems like it is in fine enough shape and could be used as a two-handed sword, but is otherwise unremarkable.
Yeah. Okay. So we need their heads.
Well, we need proof of these two.
Yeah.
Being dead.
So I think that's going to be the best we can loot the place, and then we have a cloak we need to find first and foremost, and a set of keys, maybe a diary that Mad Eye had possibly to see what this treasure's about, and then loot the place and get back home. Yeah.
Yep.
And we'll take Mad Eye's and Big Jimmy's heads off with the Minotaur axe, put him in a sack that he has, and carry along.
Okay, you summarily execute the unconscious man. Take his head off.
I'm sorry, he was unconscious. For some reason, he was dead. Just Big Jimmy. We're still talking to what's his face. My bad.
All right, you pause mid-stroke and instead chop off Big Jimmy's head and throw it in a big bag.
Yep.
All right. What do you do?
Do they have any other stuff on, like generic bandit loot, coins and daggers, that sort of thing?
You search the body of Big Jimmy. He does not have any coins on him. He has his scimitar, his light crossbow. He also has the standard armor of the jackal, as well as the same can be said for this leader here. Does Mad Eye have anything on him? No, nothing other than his gear to fight when he fights.
Okay. You want that armor, by the way. It's very good armor. Like, we want to take that with us.
Hmm?
And then start looting the rooms one by one. Like, maybe we probably take the rope down and tie up Mad Eye.
Mm-hmm.
So he's not going to be an issue if he happens to wake up.
Okay.
But just go room by room and collect everything.
Take the rope and you tie up Mad Eye. You begin searching the rooms. These rooms here are just guest quarters. There's a large kind of rotting old bed with a chest in it. You've kind of gone through most of these rooms next here. These are similar to the ones that you saw back behind with beds and places where bandits were staying. This here appears to be some kind of kitchenette area back when it was a functioning monastery. There's a pot full of water that has been boiled and now sits ready to be drank or consumed in some way, as well as a board to cut and place. The rest of the rooms are fairly mundane. You investigate them. Go and give me an investigation check as a party. Whoever has the highest investigation, go ahead and roll so at advantage as you go through the mundane rooms of the monastery.
I have a 1.
Same.
Butcher?
I'm at negative.
What about Woad?
Woad seems like what's his face? Not Woad. C.
I guess 1's it, huh?
Yep, that's the one. Go ahead and give it that roll advantage as your party helps you look through the rooms.
15.
A 15. You find trinkets, small valuables, trophies off of hunts, perhaps from other like robberies along the way, worth 165 gold pieces in the mundane rooms of the various things that the bandits have snatched.
Okay, I will. I'll hold on. I'll write this down for now. We can divvy up later, of course.
Mm-hmm. This later. Room here is a library. You see that the lone entrance inside of it is boarded up. I'm sorry. No, the entrance here on the outside to leading into what was the library is boarded up. From the outside, like loose boards and things seem to have been nailed into place across these like big double doors, barring entrance inside. Do you take the time to rip these off and go in?
Do you want to wake up Mad Eye and ask him about it first and explore the rest of the area? And then wake up Mad Eye, see if he has anything to tell us, including about that room, and then from there.
Sounds like a good plan as any.
Okay. Do you wake up Mad Eye before exploring the room he came from?
No.
Okay.
I'll explore all that first.
Inside the abbot's study is where Mad Eye has taken residence. You can see that the shelves that line the walls are adorned with the treasure stolen by Mad Eye. They include trinkets and trophies, much like you saw in the other rooms, but much nicer. On top of all these empty bookshelves, there's also a chest in the far corner, propped open, containing coins and precious stones. Altogether, this is worth 500 gold pieces.
Fantastic.
Nice.
You can find inside the like room of the abbot's study here, where he was sleeping. There is the robe of that was stolen from King's Road with patches all over it. and it is folded up nicely, resting atop kind of the dresser on the other side.
Is this a robe of useful things?
Yes,
Yeah.
that is exactly what it is. Perhaps you have recognized it from some other place.
Sorry.
No, that's
But
fine.
no,
It is a robe of useful things. It fits the description that has been given of the robe to
Fantastic.
a T.
and everything in there, right?
Um,
Everything that's on the normal robe would be there.
What are you saying? I'm confused.
Like everything that is on the description is on that robe, right? It has none of the patches. have been
None
used,
of the
correct?
patches of the robe have been removed. Correct.
Okay, cool. There's one patch we need to take off, then we can turn the robe in. But we can talk about that later.
All right. And the rest of it, let's see. Laying across the table on the back side of the room, you can see what appears to be a small map of the area right outside of the monastery, and there are big X's of ink spiraling out from the monastery around and around in ever-widening loops. In a different hand, cramped and in the margins of the map, are notes written in an old tongue, very reminiscent of Common, but you take the time to read through them, and they seem to speak of a key that is buried in buried and protected in the Howling Fields. And that is all that you find in the monastery study, or the abbot's study.
Does it say what it's key to?
No.
Like we're looking for the key of.
No, just a key buried deep in the Howling Fields.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll that up and make sure that's all nice and protected.
Okay.
At a quick glance, does that look like anywhere where we've been based on the mapping that we've done and the travels that we've done?
Hard to tell, but it
Okay.
is the area just around the ruined monastery.
Okay.
You take a look at it. What areas have you been to in the Howling Fields? Do you recognize? What would you recognize, if any?
The mansion.
You do not see the old
Yeah.
mansion on there.
You see the stream?
No, the stream is not a note,
Yeah.
like a landmark of any note. It would not have made it on there.
Is there any landmarks
Uh-huh.
that aren't on the map, on like the table inside the tavern, that are of note? Like that haven't been
In
X'd out?
general, yes, but they don't seem to be like big locations. Like, you don't
Gotcha.
see like the big tower in the north. You see rocks, formations, caves. You see, I guess noticeably there was a copse of trees. You see a place where a standing stone is marked on the
Okay.
map, but it's not. You don't see like towers or forts or locations of that nature.
There's not that statue that a couple of groups have gone by isn't on this map.
It does not appear to be a statue on the map, no.
Okay. At this point, the book pile, if there's anything of interest in there, and then wake up Mad Eye and run back home as fast as possible.
The books are ancient and crumbling and in an old tongue. It seems that after a bit of investigation, were there anything of use in the books next to the campfire? They have been burned up over the weeks and months at time it took to finally conquer the monastery.
Okay. Wake up Mad Eye, question him, and pry open those bars and get out of here.
All right. You await the 3 hours it takes for him to wake up with 1 hit point. And
Can we get a short rest in there?
Sure, you can take a short rest in there, and properly identify the cloak of many things, or useful things, and you can regain your short rest resources, and you can spend 1/2 of your hit dice pool rounded up for HP recovery if you need be.
don't think any of us took a hit.
If the other clothing is fancy or noble, you'll take it. There's very little in terms of fancy or noble clothing here. This is a group of bandits. This is all pretty common and mundane.
If possible, I would take, if no one else has taken it, the other couple suits of the jackal armor, because that'd be good selling back at town.
It's only worth
along
hide.
with any.
It's only worth hide, so if you're taking it back, it might be worth it just to sell it to fellow adventurers, because that's really good armor that we can't get back.
Yeah.
You specifically do not
so
find
I'll
3 war horses, no.
Yep. Okay.
Okay. And then I will take any other random sort of adventuring gear the bandits might have. Do they have rope? Do they have like muskets and tinderboxes and daggers and all kinds of adventuring equipment stuff?
Largely no.
Or is it pretty sparse?
Pretty sparse. It seems like whatever they had has either been used or lost or taken somewhere else.
Okay.
This is a pretty empty monastery at this point.
They were desperately eating their
I'll take-
horses. They were running out of supplies.
So, wait.
That way.
So, what does Mad Eye have to say to us?
By the time he wakes up 3 hours later, his eyes open. He's tied up and bound. He sees you all, and immediately, without a moment's of hesitation, begins screaming once again about, "Oh, you won't take the treasure or the keys! I will find them, not you! They're mine! You can't have them! They're my keys!" And he's like completely and utterly
Look at
crazed.
the other
What's in the...
with the back of my axe. You want to knock him out again?
No, wait. One thing. I'll go... Actually, I want Butcher to do this. Butcher. Go up to him, pick him up as he is, slap him across the face, and demand to know what's behind those wooden doors.
You can do your own dirty work.
You have a better chance of doing so. That's why I ask you to do this. Not a one-on-one.
Yeah, but I do not want to, so.
Okay, well, I will do so then.
All
None
right.
are willing.
You attempt to pick up the giant man. Your reduced strength makes it quite difficult for you, but you
Yes.
give it a
You-
close approximation, shove him up against a wall, give him a good slap, demand to know what's over there. He's like, "You will not take my keys! The key to the treasure beyond bearing is mine!" And he'd continue shouting other such things at you.
We could have gotten something out of them.
I do the same thing, but I do slightly more aggressive. That's how you question someone. This is how you question someone. I do the same thing.
Darian gets aggressive, shoves him up higher against the wall, slaps him again. Cardane uses his intimidation techniques to the best of your ability. You come to the realization fairly quickly that this man is crazed and beyond help. There's something broken deep inside this man, and he is no longer capable of giving you much in the way of speech or talk.
Okay. And his miserable existence. Any issues with that?
Nope.
Would you like to do the honors, O noble knight?
But of course.
All right.
And I drag Mad Eye over to the nearest table or desk or something, and I say, "For your crimes against the peasantry, for your banditry, for your attacks upon the nobility upon the road, we sentence you to death." And whoosh.
And so ends the reign of Mad Eye Manning and the Jackals, killed to a man as far as you can tell.
Does he have anything on his person?
No, his treasure was all kept in the room.
Okay.
He has his armor. He has his sword.
Crowbar we'll crowbar the doors and see what's behind it.
All right, you rip open the wooden planks and get yourselves inside the library proper. Once breached, it reveals empty shelves and rotting tapestries. Many of them are knocked and tipped over and lie on their sides. It seems that the contents of the library had been plundered and removed. Probably is what the big pile of books next to the campfire in the overgrown garden was for. or was from, excuse me. At the north end of the library, there is a large iron door with an intact lock built into it, shaped like a bell. The door is heavy, and unlike the rest of the kind of wooden interior of the monastery, this iron door is built into the stonework itself, and it is thick and very cold to the touch.
Oh yeah, was there any keys on Mad Eye?
No.
Okay. Do we wanna? We have a set of thieves' tools. You know, sounds like Corn wants to try it out.
After you, friends.
Got it. Sorry, what was the name of the character?
Ruben, right?
No, that was...
So Cardane wants to use his thieves' tools to get after it. Go ahead and roll a thieves' tools proficiency check with your dexterity as an attribute. Oh, the 26.
Yeah.
It takes some time and some fiddling with the iron lock, but eventually you hear a satisfying into the walls. The door slides open heavily and slowly, revealing inside a reliquary. Here there are many monks interred along the walls in the kind of like shelved coffins built into the walls of this place. You can see that their holy symbols hang like over the top of each of their kind of shelves, coffins. There are small relics of the monastery kind of displayed in various corners of the room. One, a large like staff engraved with silver and small runes. One string of beads and pearls crafted into like a string of what appear to be fancy prayer beads. The other two seem to be of paper or of some kind of wooden display that has since rotted, but it seemed to be relics of artistic merit that have long since rotted away to kind of less of any value in the corners. But most importantly of note, in the middle of the reliquary sits a doll the size of a child in a red and white dress. The dress itself is created with patterns of lotus flowers blooming all across it, and notably, instead of a face, the doll is wearing a white mask of death with large black voids for eyes, and it just kind of sits there on its little pedestal staring at you, Cardane, as you've opened this iron door.
I recognize that patterning. It's the same as my cloak.
It is. You shield your eyes, but you've already seen it, and you are certain that this mask will haunt your dreams. The air in this room is cool and cold, and kind of washes over you as you stand in the doorway looking in.
Would anybody like to be the first to go in?
What is it, friend? What is the room?
Cardane begins to edge around the room. Where are you going?
A shrine, you say? If the bandits left it untouched, perhaps we should as well. There can be little benefit in disturbing the remains of honorable and good priests. We have done enough great work this day.
I find myself agreeing with our friend here.
I mean, it sounds like he's going for it.
Well, what's the plan? Are we entering the reliquary, or are we leaving this behind?
I mean, he's saying
Yeah.
he's edging around the room to behind the doll. So I guess that's what's going on.
Oh, okay, I see. You edge around the room behind the doll. As you...
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
As you stuff the doll in a sack, go ahead and make me a wisdom saving throw.
Do well.
8 death. I'm not sure if you heard wisdom save.
Yeah. As you pick up the doll, you see its head turn in its place to look at you as you try stuffing it in the shack. And it looks at you, and it says, "Hello? Give me your hand."
Oh god. Oh god.
And you feel
Goodbye.
a compulsion, a need to give this thing what it asked for. It wants your hand and feels you feel determined to give it to it. What do you do?
Tension. The tension.
you yell out, do I get a choice? And the doll just continues staring at you, burning its stare into you, and you just hear its voice. You refuse?
Do it. No,
Then
no, no,
give
no, no.
me your heart. And you feel a compulsion, a need to give this thing your still beating heart. What do you do?
What the fuck?
All right, you reach out to give her your hand, and as you shove her into the sack, you feel a searing, ripping pain as your whole hand is ripped off of your arm. You no longer have the hand you gave out to her, as it is just now held in her hands, and you stuff the rest of her into the sack. Yes. Yeah.
I mean,
You
At this
no
point-
longer have a hand. The doll is now in the sack, but you are bleeding profusely onto the pedestal of the reliquary.
Butcher is gonna rush in and drag him out.
All right. You drag him
Okay.
out of the room with the sack in hand, in his single hand. His blood streaks all the way out to the edge of the reliquary.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to do my best to cover that wound with my healer's kit.
All right. Please give me a medicine check. You're gonna have a DC 12 instead of 10.
Okay.
Oh,
Wow.
you manage to staunch the bleeding. You tourniquet his wrist and bandage heavily the stump, and you get the wound to stop bleeding out.
Lovely. Where's the sack?
I believe it's still held in Cardane's hand.
Cool. Well, that's the case. I'm gonna go grab the 2 items of interest and then leave.
All right, you grab the silver stick and the string of prayer beads. All right.
And then we have this doll in the bag, right?
Yes, the doll is in the bag currently.
Okay.
Darian, yes, you did hear it speak and say, "Give me your hand." If you refuse, then give me your heart.
So, guys, there is a very good potential of a very good thing if we can listen to this thing 3 times.
What? No, just no. Throw that thing back in there and close the door.
No,
you fool!
you don't understand.
You fool!
We
You
must
don't understand. I get the
Priest.
reference.
remove the curse of this terrible thing.
Oh, it's cursed. You need to trust. Oh God.
No.
Carson, don't put it down. We can get you back. Don't put that thing down. Oh.
Throw it back, you fools.
Do what? Oh God. Listen to what it has to say. Ask it what it wants.
Butcher is moving
all right,
another room back.
You unleash. You set the sack down and open it back up. You see the thing has done something with the hand. It has disappeared. It's gone. It's no longer holding it as it once was. It looks back up at Cardane and just kind of like it can't smile. It has the same deathless mask, and it looks at. It looks up at you and says, very good, and turns itself now to look at Seam, who has requested that you listen to the doll. Seam, please make me a wisdom saving throw.
Yep. $17.
The girl asks for your heart, but you feel no compulsion to give it.
Damn, I kind of wish Mad Eye was still alive. But
We should get out of here. This is foolishness.
I
You're pressing the button
Here's what I
to
do.
shook his hand.
Here's what I do. I go out, I cut a heart out of a body, and I toss it to her. It is a heart. I own it. I give her the heart. I give her the heart. My heart.
You hear it like speak out again. This isn't yours. If you refuse, then give me your mind. And you feel like a stronger compulsion, a little twisting and jiggling to just give it whatever it wants. But you hold strong. You don't feel compelled to give it what it wants.
Fuck. Damn, we set it off. We could. Dang it. We should have given it the hand initially. Yeah. Damn. If one of us is willing to sacrifice ourselves, we could do this, but we can't get it. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get the wish. I dip. I'm like, okay.
You leave the thing behind, standing alone standing alone in the now library, and leave it behind.
Put it back where you found it, in that damned room.
Oh no.
Just keep that thing far away from me. Wherever you put it when we sleep, I want that at least like 100 feet away from me. I don't want it anywhere where I can hear it.
Yeah, I guess when we leave, everyone just kind of stays a little bit away from the evil, creepy hand and doll and Cardian.
All right. Cardian puts it back in the bag, and you begin making your way out of the monastery, I presume?
Yep.
All right.
And then head back towards town.
All right. We are at the 1 hour mark from where I have kind of a hard cutoff. So let's see if we can make it back to town in time. You have spent probably not a ton of your day here in the monastery. You have at least, I think it's probably spent the morning. Still have the noon, afternoon, evening cycle here. What is the path you're taking back to town, and what is the pace?
Straight path, normal pace. Sound good for you guys?
Sure.
Yep. Sounds good.
All right. So go ahead and tell me what it is that you guys are like as you traipse your way through the Howling Fields here, and I will roll for some encounters.
Are uneasy. Darian is very concerned, even though it doesn't seem to like whatever's happening with this strange doll, with this curse, with Cardane and what he's doing. He's very concerned that this man has brought a curse not only upon himself but upon the rest of us for traveling with him. So I sort of ride just a little ways behind him, just keeping an eye on him and making sure he doesn't turn or start acting strangely.
Okay.
Yeah, Butcher is just a little bit annoyed because it seems like the two times that they've faced major setbacks, or groups he's been with faced major setbacks, it was all for completely unnecessary greed. This one not as bad as the first one, where they lost the whole person, just a man's hand, but still not good.
That's fair.
All right. The day passes. Nothing is found along the way or in your way. You're traveling straight south, making your way through the fields as best you can. As evening falls, it is Cardane. It is your watch. As you are sleeping, your gaunt and dead-eyed look keeping an eye out, you see on the edge of your vision, coming towards you and the camp, a bright white ghostly apparition gliding across the plains. It is some 60 feet away, but you see it coming towards you and the sleeping party. Billowing robe littered with the same imprintings of lotus flowers as adorns this ghostly figure of a woman with long black hair draping down over her face across her shoulders as it just glides towards you and the party. Woad nudges the party. You begin to wake, rousing, and you see this ghostly figure approaching silently, gliding towards you all. A single hand stretches out as if grasping towards the party as it comes ever closer.
I mean, I'm gonna back off like horse.
Yeah, how fast is this thing coming? Because I'm packing up my stuff and trying to move the horses if
It's some 60 feet away from you now, and it glides closer still, moving slowly, but probably like 20 or so feet around at the moment. You begin packing your bags. You're trying to make haste, get ready to leave this camp quickly, and you hear it calling out in a low, ghostly wail. My daughter, you found it.
The doll! The doll! It wants the doll! Give it the doll!
Do it,
glides
Canyon.
closer still, 40 feet from the party. What do you do?
I mean, I think
If Gideon does nothing, Darren will give him a chance to act. Okay.
Cardian, you toss the sack towards the ghost. It stops and bends down and picks up, reaches down as if it were going to pick up the doll. But instead of picking the doll up itself, the ghostly hand finds the hand of another ghostly figure, and you see a young child pulled up out of the sack as if by a spirit. Now a second ghost, a smaller one, looking very similar to that of the one that tracked you, is standing there holding the hand of her mother, and they look at you for a brief moment, and they whisper out in that kind of low wail, "Thank you," and they disappear
Good job.
out into the mist.
Look in the sack.
Darren shouts out, "We have freed you from your purgatory, spirit. Be at rest. Be with your kin."
Yeah. I want to look in the sack. Cadmian, you have first call, and you want to look into it?
Yeah, you look into the sack. Inside rests a porcelain doll, a red and white dress with lotus flowers on it. Its face, that of a porcelain child, with distinctive features. They are hooked and angled and look very much like it was designed to evoke the personage of someone living. Is your hand in the sack? You know what? By God, the hand is in the sack. I didn't think it was possible, but you rolled really well. The ripped off hand of Cardane is left in the sack, now magically appearing there with the doll.
So, you want to try something? You want to try some magic healing nonsense? You want to try to put it back where it was and see if some magic healings can get it to reattach?
I'm not certain that anyone has the ability to regrow limbs yet at your levels.
No, not even close.
Yeah.
nope.
So Cardane will have to be in search of another way to reattach the hand should he desire it. But he has it.
Well, you have it at least. And we hold on to the doll, I guess, right?
If you would like, you can take the porcelain doll.
I mean, it's if nothing else, it's very nicely made.
Yeah.
Probably worth money.
That it is.
Maybe it can be used as an inspiration point. We'll see. Do we get to sleep that night?
Yes. The rest of the night passes after that watch. So you took off at a fast pace, correct?
Yes.
So...
No,
Medium.
Oh, it was a medium pace. I misheard. So, in that case, go ahead and roll me foraging rolls, as you will be... You will be searching for water to go along with your good berries. You moved at a normal pace, so we have disadvantage on the rolls. The DC will be 10. No, the DC will be 15. I apologize. 10 is navigation. No disadvantage for being one hand short on survival. No. Perhaps on other checks, but not this one. Disadvantage already exists, though, from moving at the pace you're moving.
Question. Mechanically, is it, do we get our long rest benefits after foraging, I believe?
Yep. He sure is. So, you have all failed once again to find water. You are now dehydrating and suffered 2 levels of exhaustion the next morning. But you have managed to take a long rest, so you may regain any hit points or any hit dice. You can roll any hit dice to regain hit points that you have left in your pool, and you get the benefits of a long rest per the PHB for spell slots and class features.
The staff and the prayer beads?
The prayer beads are a necklace of prayer beads, as per the book. I believe that's exactly what they're called.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. Prayer beads. Necklace of prayer beads. That's what it's called. This is not shaped in a necklace, but you could easily put it as one. It is exactly as is on the books. It has currently, I suppose we should roll the number of beads on it. It has it rolled max. It has 6 magic beads.
Very nice.
Excellent.
Very nice.
The
Very
staff
nice
itself is just money. It does not have any special properties other than being a fancy quarterstaff. It is sellable back in town for an additional 50 gold pieces.
The 50 gold, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
All right.
And then real quick, for the robe of useful things,
Yes.
I believe there's a thing on there that is super useful. It is... Oh, we had 44 other patches. Do you want to roll those randomly, or do we want to...
In addition, the robe has 44 other patches. Yes, that is true. I have not rolled these in advance. The DM chooses or determines them randomly. Let's see here. It has... it has 8 other patches. Did not roll well.
Okay.
The patches are... wow, 2 mastiffs.
Okay.
A wooden ladder. A rowboat. Actually, should write these down.
Nice.
Wooden ladder.
I'm writing it down right now.
2 mastiffs. We need 5 more. Another rowboat.
So many
a
boats.
riding horse with saddlebags.
Oh, that's good.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good luck selling a rowboat out here, though.
It has a bag of gold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it has an iron door. And it has... it has a pit.
In a pit. Cool. Well, we're taking that bag of gold.
All right, you strip the bag of gold from it. It no longer has the bag of gold. There's 100 GP in it.
Perfect. Yeah, that's it. We'll leave the rest.
All right.
Sweet. Okay, that's why I cared, because I know there was money.
All right, excellent. So you're dehydrating and exhausted. It is the morning of your 5th or 6th day out here in the wilderness. What do you do?
How close are we to that shrine? Because we should be heading back more or less the same way. Both were partial days travel. We should be close to that, right?
Yeah, you're likely pretty close to
we
it.
have a
Yeah.
map. We can just go directly to the stream with the map we have, right? To get some water.
Well, that's going to be almost a full day's travel back, right?
The map you made was to a small stream near the monastery, not to where the trees were.
Yeah. So we'd have to go almost a full, we attacked the monastery probably in a morning or something, right? So we left out of there maybe noon and had a full, maybe 6 hours of travel. So we'd have to go 6 hours of travel back, whereas this copse of trees is probably only an hour or two out, I would guess.
True, but if we do go back, we can guarantee water and not die of water.
Yep.
Right.
I mean, the copse of trees will do that. It's gonna be more than a full day for us to get back, right? Because
Not
we
necessarily. It
have
only took us 2
half
days.
speed. We have half speed,
okay.
right? So we're. I think our best bet is trying to find this copse of trees again.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. You set off with the intention of finding the copse of trees. I'm going to need a navigation roll and a pace that you're moving at to get there.
Wait, that was a good question. We had the map and it was nearby. Couldn't we have just stopped at the water source yesterday? Because you were right there in the area.
You didn't tell me you did so,
Yeah,
so you
that's
didn't
fair.
do it.
Yep.
Yeah. I definitely would have headed straight for the copse of trees if I were thinking, but I wasn't thinking. Too late now.
It happens.
Yeah, for some reason I thought the bandits had water, but I guess I didn't.
They did, actually.
They did. They had a pot of water there, but I don't know. You investigated the place.
Yep.
Okay, you know what? You had a pot of water you could have filled your water skins at. Highs or lows? Somebody give me a high or low. That's reasonably kind of a thing.
High?
Did you fill up your stuff? Huh?
High. You roll well.
68. That is high. You have water. All right. You're all good. You're not dehydrating.
Beautiful.
You almost dehydrated. You ran out of all your water skins, but you're fine.
Yay.
Found bandit water skins.
All right. So what's the revised plan after some water finding in the middle of the morning?
Another normal day and we can just head out and we can get there reasonably. We can get there no problem. Worst case scenario, we scavenge in the farmlands, which is op 10.
All right. So you begin out at
Heading
a
back.
normal pace. Go ahead and give me a navigation check for your normal pace. I will roll for...
12.
Oh man, I should really make 6s on the die an encounter and not 1s on the die. So the 12 beats the 10. You navigate successfully. Do you get a discovery?
Ooh.
You have a boring day, actually. After the ghost attack, what is the mood like as you travel through? How do you narrate to me how the party travels through the forest lands, or not the forest lands, the grasslands here, as you make your way back into relative safety?
One question. Was the doll anything special, magically wise? Or is it just a
not
special doll?
anymore?
Okay.
Not anymore. Now it is a
Cool.
porcelain doll. I suppose it's worth money. Maybe not, actually. I'm not going to let you sell it. It's a doll. Someone should keep it.
Until he gets his hand back.
Cardane is very solemn and solitary. Seems far away. He did lose a hand. It is unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, other than the loss of the hand by Cardane, Darian feels very good about their adventure.
Mhm.
They went out gloriously. They adventured gloriously. They fought gloriously, and they achieved their objective gloriously. And now they return gloriously.
Yeah. Did we get back?
Yes. By the end of the day, you don't get all the way back to Farfield Keep, but you find yourselves at the edge of the pasture lands and rolling kind of hills and farms and villages. And you are safe. I did not roll enough encounters to kill you, unfortunately. And you didn't fight my ghost. I had a cool ghost encounter. It was going to suck your soul out and stuff.
I don't know. That first day you tried pretty hard.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Also, with that, as a question, that was a Hunter x Hunter reference, right?
Kind of, yeah.
Kind of.
It works.
Like,
It works
item.
different. You got the ref. It's a reference, but it
Yeah,
works
I was like,
functionally
wait.
differently.
It's just a cursed item instead of a potentially grants wishes item.
You'll never know now. You gave it back to its mom.
Oh.
It could have been something. Who knows?
No,
You should keep
whatever.
the doll though. It's not magical, but it is it glows with like a key item, and the Pokemon world won't let you throw it away.
Bless.
I guess what the doll's gonna do is the doll's gonna sit in the tavern.
When we get back to Farfield,
The rest of the money and stuff will split up, but the doll itself is going to go to the tavern. It's going to be in the Cloak and Stagger for other adventurers to get to.
Okay, so
All right.
yeah.
So I'm gonna divvy up some gold and some experience for you all. And while I do that, now's the perfect time to go around and do shout outs or whatever you want to talk about. If you have something you want to say, fill some time for me.
So-
I actually do want to say when we get back to town, Darian will take Big
One
Jimmy's
second.
head and also that Mad Eye.
Yeah,
Mhm.
so roll with that. Yeah, so we have these, including all the bounties, which I'm assuming we're sharing as a group because we did the quest together. Our total stuff that we have for stuff to split up is 1,640 GP. And that's if we're turning the road, which I'm assuming we are, because.
Are you
we
turning
have-
in the road?
Are you guys have an issue with that?
I don't have a problem with that.
Because it's like
That's fine.
it's a riding horse, like. No, that's about that.
Well, I
matched
mean,
it.
the road belongs to a noble,
I
so it's
appreciate
their actual
Cardane
road.
pouring drinks for the doll.
Now it's a
No,
little
so-
tea party with this dog.
Okay. So we have that. We have 1,640 gold. We have a necklace of prayer beads, and we have a +1 hand axe. And including in that, we also have the Minotaur axe, which we need to make sure we know who's getting that, and have that established. And then that should be everything.
I have
Right, and then-
1565 gold.
Is what you counted?
Yeah,
I
I,
have
think C
1565.
take 200 off the top for all the horses and all the give us. That should be fair.
Did you include
divvy up the
the?
rest?
Did you include the 75 for Big Jimmy?
Nope. Cool.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
really so. Yeah, so 1640 between all of us.
Yep.
And we have a +1 hand axe. So real quick for the great axe. How you guys doing that?
Okay, we'll just do it now. So, does anyone want the Great Axe of the Minotaur? If you want it, claim it now, and we will roll off if there are multiple claims. Otherwise, if you want to figure it out amongst yourselves, that's acceptable. But that is the way we'll break ties if like multiple people want it forever.
Darian would be interested in it. Obviously, Butcher's the one that got it, so it's kind of his call.
You know what? I kind of want to do a roll for it and see.
Okay.
I think both Darian and Butcher are more than willing to give it to the other one, and in that case, I think it's better just to roll.
Okay.
I'm done with that. You wanna
Anyone
do
else want it, or
20,
just
100 or what?
just you two? Looks like just you two. I don't see Woe
Yep.
typing. Go ahead and give me D100s. Let's see who
Wait,
rolls
he's
higher.
typing. Oh,
It is
wow.
not meant for Butcher.
It was not meant
No.
for Butcher. No. Darian,
Oh.
you will take home the +1 great axe of the Minotaur. It is yours. The Robe of Useful Things you've turned in as
And,
a group. It doesn't sound like anyone was interested in keeping it earlier. So it is gone. And then we have the string of prayer beads. The necklace
Question?
of prayer beads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Question for that. Can you tell me what the beads are? Because one could remove my curse.
No, I don't believe you know until you pull them, right?
Is that how it is?
I'm pretty sure.
It's termed randomly, have more than one bead. You own a necklace. Each bead contains a spell that you can cast as a bonus action. So it doesn't say that you pull the beads. Oh, if
Okay.
the magic bead is removed from the necklace, the bead loses its magic. So you have to cast it. And that's but you can choose what you're casting, so
Okay,
that implies you
I'll
have to
determine
know.
them. So there's 6 beads.
Yeah.
The beads have bless.
In C20. Okay.
They have curing or lesser restoration.
Mhm.
Blessing, curing, blessing again. I'm gonna write this down so I know. Then smiting. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 more. Smiting. No, favor.
Okay, that's what I needed.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And blessing a 3rd time.
Okay. If you guys are okay with it, I'd like to use the favor one to cure my curse real quick.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair.
You're all cool with
Go for
that, and then curing is cure wounds or lesser restoration.
Does not restore arms. No.
Yeah, you need, like, I think, regenerate.
Yeah,
For
or like
that.
heal.
Oh yeah, the spell heal. It's a strong one.
So, question for you, Greg:
Mm-hmm.
is this a curse or is this multiple stat reductions?
It's a
They
curse
define
that
them
gives you
differently.
stat reductions.
So, if can I use it to remove the curse to fix the entire issue, or is it only going to fix one stat reduction? Because there's 2 different points in there. So
I
wanna make
think
sure I get it
that I think that that's something you should probably figure out when you try it. I don't feel like that's information
Yeah.
I'm just gonna give you.
Well, I'm using it. I'm asking. Like we're using the bead to get
Yeah,
rid of
he's
I'm
using the
using
bead.
the favor bead. How nice are you gonna be to me?
It cures the curse.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice.
That was brutal. Cool. And then at that point, you guys can have it. Like I'm more than willing to give it up that you let me use that one bead. So it's there's 2 brandings, 3 blesses, and a cure. I'm planning for my group hopefully to go take care of the Horn Tower. So it would be good for my group, but that's what I'm planning. Otherwise, if you guys would like it, I'm of course willing to give it up because you let me use the one I needed.
I mean,
You want to-
I'm interested
I
in
love-
it. It gives me access to actual healing, which is super nice. So,
Yeah. It's just it's a one-time use.
well, I mean, it's
Yeah,
2-time
of course.
user, right? Because we got
Oh,
2
yeah.
of them.
You're right. Yeah. So it's 5 beads. Yeah, I'd like to roll for it. And then Butcher, you're snagging it. Bode, or you want to?
Yeah, does Woad want it? Also, can you buy things like healing in town is a good question. I'll talk to you later about it if you want to message me. The short answer is no. Things like that are not generally available, but I would rather see you get your hand back in a way that you enjoy and want to continue playing rather than like stop playing because you feel like your character is ruined. Right. I don't know if that's sure for the beads or if that's sure to me. Okay, cool.
Okay.
So, who's rolling for the beads?
You, Palladian, and maybe Woad. Sounds like no
I'm
on the beat.
also-
Woad. So why don't you two roll for that?
Okay.
All right. So, Palladian, you get the necklace of prayer beads. They are yours.
Okay.
You've used one of favor.
Sweet.
So
Perfect.
part of the reward for bringing Big Jimmy to justice was a +1 hand axe. It does look like Woad wants that. Is there anybody else that wants a +1 hand axe from the job board?
Yeah, I mean, it's always useful to have a magic weapon on hand. I'm interested in that.
Yep.
All right. Woad and
You know what?
Butcher-
Actually, he's one-handed. That's a nice one-handed weapon. I'm not good with. You can have it.
Okay. Sounds good. Woad, you take home the +1 hand axe. It is yours.
Sweet.
That's in the stump.
And then
In other news,
we have a
everyone take home 410 gold points each. And 645 experience points each.
oh wow,
Oh yeah.
That's
Nice.
pretty bomb.
45.
Hell yeah.
645.
645, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. And then if anybody wants to donate for helping make up expenses, that'd be cool. Otherwise, I will be happy with the wealth I got.
All right.
Yeah. I will give you 100 gold.
Oh, now
I
you,
feel good about that.
oh, you don't have to spend me that much. I was just asking for like 10 gold each just to get a little bit.
I think it's fat. It has 100 gold in it. So there you
well, I appreciate it. Well, thank you.
All right. I think that is going to do me for the
Without-
night here.
Yeah.
Do you guys have anything you want to
Sorry.
get off your chest before I close the stream up?
Thank you for thanks for running,
Yeah.
Greg. It's always fun to play with you. Thanks for working with us to get this mission finally done.
Mm-hmm. No, it was
And
my pleasure.
I'm excited to play again.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it was a good time. Thanks,
Yeah,
everybody.
thank you guys.
Awesome.
You know, I kind of brought in sort of a, not quite a scrub, but like a lower end sort of character. It worked out fantastically. We carried strong. Team.
I actually think it's super awesome you got that axe because I like your character and I like that it's going to make you mechanically effective.
I agree.
All right. So, thank you all for playing with me. I had a good time. Thank you, Twitch chat. I will see you tomorrow for more of this. We have another group going out, I think, somewhere in the Gold Hills, starting at noon tomorrow. So, about 12 hours from now. I need to turn the stream off and get some sleep so that I am recharged and ready to play some more. I hope to see you then. If not, have a great rest of your day, night, week, whatever I see you again. Peace, everybody. Have a good one.
Have a good one,
Thank
guys.
all.
Thank you.
Thank you, chat, for supporting us. Big energy.